Ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived. Members, please report to the chamber. Members, please come to the chamber so we can get started. Thank you.
House come to order. Members, today's prayer will be given by our own Representative Shane Stringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone bow. Lord, we thank you and praise you for this time together. We thank you and praise you for the many blessings you bestowed upon our state, Lord. We just ask you to continue to bless us, protect us, and keep us safe. Lord, we just ask you to help us make wise, prudent decisions, Lord, for our constituents and our citizens, Lord. Just ask you to continue to help our state prosper, Lord, and just continue to bless us, Lord, and just help us to stay meek and humble, Lord. We thank you and praise you for all that you do for us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Hannah Carden. She's a third grader at Deer Valley Elementary in Hoover. She's here today with the Woodland Institute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracey, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Cole, Collins, Colvins, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Kitchens, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, More M, More P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Plump, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shed, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, South, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
Fifty-six members have answering roll. Quorum is present. Now is ready to transact business. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee. Chairman Lover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the floor privileges be granted to the following representatives of SLC, the Council of State Government, Southern Office: Lindsey Gray, Angel Tausma, Nick Bowman, and Eric Harrison.
Hearing any objections? Hearing none, the privilege is granted. Mr. Lovern.
Have a resolution.
Clerk, read the resolution.
Whereas the Council of State Government Southern Office is a nonpartisan, nonprofit member organization that serves the Southern legislatures of Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, and West Virginia. And whereas with regionally based leadership and perspective and national level resources, CSG South provides Southern legislators and government staff with a wide variety of programs and services that facilitate regional cooperation and encourage the exchange of information. And whereas CSG South is governed by an executive committee made up of legislative leadership, and policy topics are overseen by 6 standing policy committees, which consist of legislators and government staff from the member states. And whereas the mission of the organization is to serve as a community of the states, committed to connecting, informing, inspiring, and empowering public servants in all 3 branches of state government to put the best ideas and solutions into practice. And whereas, in pursuit of this mission, CSG South has convened the Southern Legislative Conference for the past 76 years, beginning with its inception in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and moving into decades of fellowship and cooperation between the 15 southern states. And whereas the 77th Southern Legislative Conference will convene in Charleston, South Carolina from July 8th through 12th, 2023, and whereas more than 1,500 Southern legislators, government staff, and their families will gather to discuss policy matters specifically affecting Southern states to bridge commonalities and discuss solutions for current policy trends, challenges, and opportunities. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the Council of State Governments Southern Office is highly commended for highlighting the annual Southern Legislative Conference in its 77th year and welcoming all Southern legislative, executive, and judicial officials to attend. And this resolution is offered in highest regard to the Council and its mission.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The resolution has been adopted. We thank each of you for being with us today. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing none, leave of absence excused are granted. Chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 13th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move the reading of the journal at length for the 13th legislative day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, read the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, for purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of announcements today, so let me start. Tonight, please remember to fill out your statement of economic interest. Tonight, the Alabama Public Employees Advocacy League and the Alabama Retired State Employees Association has a reception from 4:30 to 7 at RSA Plaza Terrace. Tomorrow, Wednesday, the Alabama Virtual Library Legislative Breakfast will be at 8:30 in the morning on the 6th floor lobby. The Alabama Association of Conservation Districts Lobby Day will be from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And tomorrow night, the Alabama Port Authority reception will be Wednesday night at Archives and History from 5 to 7 p.m. Thursday, the ALCAP breakfast will be from 7 to 8 in the morning over at the RSA Plaza Terrace. The Alabama Home Builders, Real Estate, and Banking Industries Legislative Breakfast will be Thursday morning on the Capitol grounds from 7:30 to 9:30 a.m. And that's all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Mobile is further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open to allow the clerk to complete his paperwork, and then we reconvene on Thursday, April the 27th at 9 a.m.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion prevails. Clerk now receive reports of standing committees, and we'll receive those throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. No. Clerk now will call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 294 by Representative Estes relating to Lamar County.
Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 40 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 294. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 6 ayes, 0 nays, 86 abstentions. 294 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 55 of the calendar, House Bill number 300 by Representative Wood D. relating to Chambers County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 49 ayes, 0 nays, 44 abstention. The BR is adopted. Question final passage of HB 300. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. Ayes, 0 nays. HB 300 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 305 by Representative Bolton relating to Pickens County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 47 ayes, 0 nays, 53 abstention. BR has passed. Question now is final passage of HB 305. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 305 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 307 by Representative Fincher relating to Randolph County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 46 ayes, 0 nays. HBR 307. BR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 307. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 10 ayes, 0 nays. 307 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, House Bill number 327 by Representative Paramore relating to Pike County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 52 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Question now is final passage of HB 327. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 327 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, House Bill number 340 by Representative Moore P. relating to Morgan County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 50 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 340. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 14 ayes, 0 nays. HB 340 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, House Bill number 341 by Representative Moore P. relating to Morgan County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 47 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body's final passage of HB 341. Clerk unlock machine. Members vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record vote 9 ayes, 0 nays. HB 341 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 133 by Senator Melson relating to Lauderdale County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote 47 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted. Question for the body's final passage of SB 133. Clerk unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote 7 ayes, 0 nays. SB 133 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 146 by Senator Melson relating to Lauderdale County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 44 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of SB 146. Clerk unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote 8 ayes, 0 nays. SB 146 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 116 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to Bullock County.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR on SB 160. Clerk unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 42 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has passed. Question for the body's final passage of SB 160. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 10 ayes, 0 nays. SB 160 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 161 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to Barber County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine so members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 45 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of SB 161. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 10 ayes, 0 nays. SB 161 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 168 by Senator Coleman Madison relating to Bullock County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 46 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of SB 168. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 12 ayes, 0 nays. 168 has passed. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk will see the resolution.
House Resolution number 115 by the House Rules Committee, the Special Order Calendar.
Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Move for adoption.
The question for the members of the adoption of the special order calendar. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call first bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 124 with substitute by Representative Reynolds, the State General Fund Budget.
While Chairman Reynolds is on his way up here, I'd like to recognize Alabama State Employees Association. President Mike Gillespie is in the gallery, and he is a guest of Chairman Reynolds. Chairman Reynolds, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get started, members, as we did last Thursday, a copy of the bill and both spreadsheets related to the 2024 budget and the 23 supplemental are up here on the dais. And that way you can follow through and look at each individual line item as we go. And that bill that we handed out on Thursday is the same substitute that I'll ask you to approve today. So as you know, the Ways and Means General Fund budget it includes all the expenses for the executive, the legislative, and the judicial departments. The governor's recommended 2024 general fund budget of $3,008,953,315 reflects a 3.81% increase over the 23 budget, and the sub will reflect in an additional $110,436,315. This is a strong budget for Alabama. The governor should be commended for bringing forth this budget. Director Poole, our fiscal officer, Kirk Fulford, and his team have done an excellent job. However, we will offer a sub for the governor's budget today. And as you've heard me tell you in briefings before, that is due to an increased recommended revenues and receipts that we have seen in 2023. And if you will, members, I'd like to cover some of those factors so that you too have a confidence in these numbers as we are spending above and beyond the revenues recommended by the governor. We have seen an increase in revenue of $153,873,000 increase just on interest on state deposits. So that's one category. And then when you go through the three top contributors to the general fund, the insurance premium tax, we have seen a 4.68% increase. These numbers are as of March 31st. That reflects roughly $10,400,000. The SSUT tax up 19.8% or $22,865,000. And the use tax increase of about 10.7%, reflecting $17,153,000. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the BIR at this point so we can move forward and get the sub on the table.
Okay, there's no BR on this, Mr. Chairman. It is the budget.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I will move for approval of the committee sub to the 24 budget.
So that is the question, is the committee sub for the 24 budget. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted. Chairman Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, we are back on the committee sub for the new FY 24 budget, and I want to go through some of the highlights and changes. And again, if you can follow along on the spreadsheets, we've given you that line by line item. As you know, in the Alabama Trust Fund, this body approved the expenditures of a little over $59 million to repay what was $83,454,703 in debt. And our debt service annually on that was $11,251,000. And I commend this body for paying off that debt as we told the people of Alabama that we would do. Under corrections, there were increases for health care contracts, attorney fees, offender management system, and a cell phone interdiction system. When several of us met with Commissioner Ham, the cell phones within our prison system was posing the number 2 threat, and lack of staffing being the number 1. It's important, members, to know that you'll see a line item in the budget, in the governor's budget, relating to conditional dollars and salaries for corrections officers. We have added language. This is what we're proposing to the body. This was not the governor's recommended language, to convert that $40 million, if not used, for correction salaries for future construction of our prisons. We know that's going to continue to be of concern, and we want to allocate that money early to do so. Under the public health for CHIP, environmental services, there was an increase of $34 million. Under human resources for staff and legal services, $13,700,000. Under your law enforcement agencies for personnel and support staff, to replace the DOT transfer of funds, that was the road and bridge money, of $29,580,000. Under the Medicaid agency, an increase for physician care, nursing homes, and pharmacy, $69,468,299. Under mental health for crisis care, an increase of $10,996. Under pardons and parole for merit raises, benefits, and equipment, $4.9 million. Under senior services for Medicaid waiver programs, an increase of $6.7 million. And then the 2% raise that you'll hear on a bill coming forth in just a little bit by another member, the $14,500,000. For SCIB insurance to fund SIB, it's $977 a month, a $47 increase, $5.6 million. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be open to answer questions or ask for final passages of the FY24 budget under HB 124.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I know that an awful lot of work go into creating our general fund budget, but I have just one concern that I want to continue to work on. I looked through the budget, and I do see the matching monies for places like Wilcox County to be able to get funded to do their water and sewer project. And my concern is this is still, what is the avenue that we have put in place where counties like Wilcox can make requests for those funds? And then who would we in the departments contact to make sure that they're giving Wilcox County the aid that they need? Because if we don't do any other county, it just bothers me that Wilcox County and its lack of indoor plumbing and lack of sewer system is the face of Alabama on national TV at least once a year. So, and that's the one reason I continue to ask about that county and how we make sure that their elected officials know the proper procedure to get the maximum fund. Because when I talked to some of the residents a little bit ago, they was a few weeks ago, they were talking about concern over matching monies. So I do see the line item where we have the matching money for projects like that. But my concern is, what are we doing to make sure that those people know the proper procedures so we can eventually get some dirt moving in Wilcox? Because having indoor plumbing, to me, is extremely important. And to not continue to see them on national TV going to that one little faucet in the middle of the community with buckets of water, trying to take back to their homes in the 21st century. In fact, in the year of our Lord, 2023, it's a bad light on the state of Alabama, but I do think that there's a level of urgency there, and whatever we could do collectively as a body to make sure they have the matching monies. We passed the ARPA bill during the special session, to make sure that the project could go ahead and get off ground. But I just would hope that we're doing everything in our power to make sure the information is getting to the people it needs to get to. Proper applications are being made, because I understand with the matching funds, they could get up to 100%. And I know as poor as Wilcox County is, one of the poorest counties in the whole nation, that if this body don't set as a goal, our one goal are to make sure that we correct the water and sewer problems that the people in Wilcox County face, so that we don't have to continue to see it on the national news as the face of Alabama, which portrays us as being an undeveloped state. And we know that's not the truth. It hurt us on so many ends when you look at more investments coming into the state. But if that's going to be the picture over and over again, and if we, as a body of 105 here and 35 in the Senate, cannot ensure that that county has its water and sewer needs, and let us use that as a pattern to make sure we go out through other areas of the state that I'm sure got the same situation with people in the 21st century using buckets to carry water to their house. But just want to say that, and if you could just help me out and we could talk, later on, because I just need to know who would be the person we just stay on, and if the body, Mr. Speaker, would commit themselves to what we could do to make sure that Wilcox County, because I see in the budget, the matching funds are still there for counties like them, and we passed the opera to help get that project done. But so often they're using them as the face of Alabama on national news without having proper water and sewer pipes ran to the houses, that if we collectively as a body would put that at the top of our list to make sure with the monies we have, we get that project done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Just a quick comment. So you're accurate that the ARPA funds actually was split in two different tranches there. First 196 million did not require a matching fund. The additional funds did, and I think this body did a good job addressing both those. And then they'll be getting that grant process ready through ADM. You ask who was responsible. It's ADM. And on the line item that you see in the current budget, we're actually increasing the amount of state dollars to pull down more federal dollars.
Right, and I appreciate you doing that, because I've been contacting, going back and forth, talking with some of the citizens that I know there, because we just want to make sure we can get the shovel in the ground to get those started. But I looked at the budget and saw the increase and was real appreciative while we could do it. So, we get one off, then we got some others in the state that need the same type of care, and we could go ahead and use that as a model to go ahead and get those other projects, that's communities that's in the same situation that I've seen across the state we need to take care of.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Baldwin, Representative Fiddler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Reynolds, I just had a few questions about money for navigational aids. We have a lot of boating in our area, and the constituents of District 94 cannot see to come back in from international channels or from the the areas maintained by the Coast Guard, the federally intercoastal waterway, to get back into Magnolia River or Fish River. Would there be any funds for help or something like that in this budget?
Well, I think you and I talked about it, and you saw the one item, and certainly I discussed with the chairman of that committee, and the study $350 million for inland waterway study does not include what you're asking about, and I think that authority, based on what I've read, comes under the Coast Guard, and I know we've talked about ALEA kind of having that involvement. I think you thought maybe $35,000 would take care of that. I think we just continue to have the conversation and identify who's responsibility and role that is to take care of that. And then once we do that, and then the money is identified, then let's look at future expenditures on taking care of that.
Okay, I would appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, because for the tourists and for the residents of the area and Fairhope, Weeks Bay, Magnolia Springs, and we even have issues down in Cotton Bayou, which is District 95. Those tourism and some of those cannot get back and forth without those navigational buoys and those navigational aids. That's where our boaters point their boats to get back to safety and to safe harbor. So,
Well, I think a lot of the additional tourism dollars that'll be coming to the coast on the new incentive package, that may be something that could help on that too, because it sounds like there's actually going to need some software involved and then the implementation of the system itself. So we'll just continue to have that conversation, identify what that funding is, and go forward from there.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
I've been talking to Chris if I got up here. So now you took out the funding for the Sickle Cell Foundation?
I did not. That was the original line item that came over from the governor's office, and was that not re-upped? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I was looking for it. I mean, now I see you took out the Kidney Foundation also, and we're gonna have a problem right now because you took out the Kidney Foundation now. For transfer for the Kidney Foundation, I think people will be upset by the Kidney Foundation. They funded the board. They've been getting funded. I mean, Cloud's been funding them we getting funded all the time. Now, where y'all took them out now?
And it was in there in the 2023 budget.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it was not extended.
I'm looking at the sheet right here, but you know. At Kidney Foundation, they transferred before we had to get dialysis to the Kidney Foundation. That's been in the budget for 100 years. I know since '82 when I first got here, they put that in the budget. Now it's out.
The Kidney Foundation allocation.
I asked Kirk before I got up here. Y'all took the Kidney Foundation out. Y'all defunded the Kidney Foundation thing.
Hang on just a second. Let me look at that line item.
And also, while you look. Also find the Sickle Cell Foundation, Kirk, find Sickle Cell. I found it. I found it. The Kidney Foundation. They showed me the Kidney Foundation and the Sickle Cell. So I'm okay. I don't know where I got this bogus sheet from.
I think that's the one you discussed with me, and it was extended in the 2024 budget.
Right. So
Yes,
I found it. So the only thing I look for now is Kidney Foundation and Sickle Cell Foundation.
Well, stay in touch with me every year. Make sure you get that in there.
Kirk would cross the hall. I would stop him, but I couldn't get to him because he crossed the walk over there. But everything okay on that, Kirk? Sickle cell's
In the ETF, sickle cells.
I know. I'm talking about the Kidney Foundation, though. It's right here. She showed it to me. She showed it $225,000. Just put it in there. Thank you. It's all right.
Sure.
I just didn't see that first. So red flag up, you know what I'm talking about? But they showed it to me.
Are you
Thank
good? Yes, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 124. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 124 passes. Congratulations, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. Good work. Good work. Thank you.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 125 with substitute by Representative Reynolds, a general fund supplemental appropriation.
Chairman Reynolds, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 125 is the governor's recommended 2023 supplemental appropriations bill. Again, a very strong supplemental bill coming from the governor's office. I think it shows a sign of both increased receipts and revenue during our 2023 budget that we're under now, and then also going into the 2024 budget, which will start October 1, 2023. The appropriation bill, as submitted, is $188,573,865, and that goes to both state agencies and, as you see on your spreadsheet, a lot of public entities. We will increase that appropriation to $201,738,865, an increase of $13,265,000 over the governor's recommendation. Again, going back to, as I said, on HB 124, the three main contributors to the general fund certainly prompted that increase in receipts, and then also the interest on state deposits was huge. Mr. Speaker, if you would, I would ask for adoption of the committee sub, and then I'll go into some additional details. Oh, now I need BIR on this? Okay, I'll ask for the BIR, Mr. Speaker.
That is question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine, so members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has passed. Chairman Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I'll ask the body to support the approval of the committee sub to the governor's FY23 supplemental bill.
That is the question is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. Sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. Just to kind of go over some of the increases that this body, I'd ask this body to support. $1.925 million to ADECA for community projects. And if you'll follow along that spreadsheet, you will see them identified appropriately. $1.2 million to public health projects. $8.490 for ALEA. That is a new computerized criminal history system. And also an additional $450,000 for vaping enforcement. On the committee sub, we, as I said, we will increase that now to $201,738,000, an increase of $13,265,000 over the governor's recommendation. And again, this is simply based on the increased projections of revenue and receipts that we did on the legislative side. The only changes, the only deletions made to the governor's supplemental was $5 million. $2 million of each came from East Alabama Hospital, and the other was the Pickens County Hospital. That line item remains on both those projects at the amount of $8 million each. That's for additional beds, and some of that, to which a percentage of that is for mental health beds. But we felt like, based on the constraints and pressure that we have on our current mental health system and our existing, both our contract employees and our workforce in mental health, we needed to find some areas to pull some money in for mental health. The additional increases took the community provider rates to $8.571 million and the community health centers to $6,250,000. Allow me to go over just a few of the additional increases submitted by the governor, and then those that were plussed up by the committee under the Corrections Offender Management Program, $5.5 million. Economic and Community Affairs, $5 million. That was to plus up a warehouse here in the Montgomery area that ADECA owned, where they are currently renting a facility in another location. So certainly that's a good expenditure there. Debt service to pay off obligations, $39,911,000. And then, if you recall, we passed the increase in the general fund reserve of $50 million. And then under mental health for the Taylor Hardin, and of course included the Pickens and East Alabama Medical Center, $43 million total. Before that, correction of $4 million. Forestry Commission for firefighting equipment and volunteer fire departments. This is the grant that we talked about during ARPA, where we did not want to put the volunteer fire departments through that ADECA grant process. If this body approves this budget as it is today, they will be sent a check evenly divided among those agencies. Forensic Science for Equipment Lab, $4.8 million. The Military Commission, 2 different armories, one in Huntsville and one in Dothan, $5.6 million for that. Under Finance for the elevator upgrades at the Capitol, $8 million. I did have some questions about that. I think I've responded to everyone that asked. That does replace all 8 elevators within the Capitol building and the related wiring and upgrades to meet code in that facility. Again, total funds appropriation, $188,573,865. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll take questions. If not, I'll ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Mr. Speaker, General, you yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Under line 12, mental health, where they have, I think it's the Pickens County Hospital, the governor recommended 10 million, we did 8, and the line item associated with East Alabama Medical Center, the same thing. I just need a clarification of why those 2 were reduced versus the governor's recommendation.
Well, I think the thoughts of the committee, both the committee and a lot of the members that I spoke to about those 2 line items, obviously when we needed to look at areas to move money within the budget, those were 2 areas of significant, that's all new monies.
Right.
And it was dealing with some of the increased mental health beds, which is, we're all very passionate about that.
Right.
However, we had existing mental health programs that needed help. If we did not allocate money to those, there may be group homes, residential homes shut down.
They needed more help than these two entities on here. I just wanted to know.
Well, I don't want to make a comparison as to the level of need, but I mean, you can imagine if you've got existing mental health services that the programs are needing plussed up, you certainly would want to do that before you start generating additional new beds.
Well, we do have to compare.
Yeah, well,
because we're looking at needs.
Sure.
Because I was just looking at that and listening to your conversation, and I saw that those 2 were reduced from what the governor had recommended. But
yes, ma'am.
I understand needs.
Sure.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Mayor, if I can have your attention just for a minute, the clock is stopped working, so we are going to be keeping the time on the sideline. Yeah. So we have got the clock on the sideline, so we'll know where it's at.
We need a 2-minute warning.
We'll give a 2-minute warning. That's fair enough. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So we get to talk unlimitedly? They won't cut me off?
That would only happen to
No,
me
they
in my
won't cut
first
me
budget.
off, right?
Yeah.
But I rose because you have an item in this supplemental that I think is so important. And it's all for children. And that's vaping in Alabama. On this past weekend, I got a note from someone who knows me very well and know that that is close to my heart because it's all about the safety and the welfare of our children. This individual, this child didn't die, but they got very, very sick. They don't even know what was in that vape pipe. So I just stood to tell this body that this is an issue. We've had kids to die, kids to get sick. So, Chairman, I just wanted to say thank you for putting that in there because not only do we need to have the laws that we've already passed enforced, but we need education as well. Our children, the Bible says, they perish for a lack of knowledge. We do too, and so do our children. We don't know what is in this stuff, formaldehyde, fentanyl, whatever. And it is time that Alabama stand up for children and know that we're doing everything to keep them safe for the future. So I want to thank you.
Thank you for coming and be passionate about it, bring it to my attention. Otherwise, that would not have happened. So
now let me put my other hat on, my other passion. I happen to live in the greatest city in South Alabama. You know, South Alabama is probably the best part of the state. Wouldn't you agree?
It's a great part of the state. Yes, ma'am.
We've got beaches in Baldwin County. Oh, we've got so much history in Mobile. I know it's kind of late, but couldn't you carve out some for South Alabama in the supplemental?
I think South Alabama was a big winner in both budgets, both the general fund and the ETF. So
Well,
I applaud,
ETF hadn't
South
happened. I said
Alabama
on that
for the
one.
work.
But I want to thank you, and I really do applaud. This is your first budget, and I can tell folks if you took the time to go to this chairman, he listened to you and he responded. So again, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van. On her way down here, would like to welcome the Assistant U.S. Attorney from Selma, Andrew Arrington, guest of Representative Chestnut, as well as the Colbert County District Judge Chad Smith from Tuscumbia, guest of Representative Keel and Underwood. Representative Cavan, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, since I can't see what you're looking at, I have my own stopwatch. And I'm gonna start my own time so I can keep you honest in here today.
Miss Holly's the official stopwatch.
All right, let me start it just in case. I know I'm gonna be a little bit off, but I wanna make sure I get close to my 9.5. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have a couple of questions. Take me to the Unified Judicial. Are we on the full budget?
No, we're on the 2023 supplemental.
We're on the supplemental. Is there any additional in the budget or the supplemental for the Unified Judicial System? I think I'm on the wrong thing. I think we might have already passed it, but you should still have that line item. Are we doing an increase?
The only increase was for the Supreme Court. Give me just a minute. Let me get over to it here.
Or for our judges, or?
Yeah, we have not. We've got 3 different bills, 2 House bills, 1 Senate bill, dealing with those additional allocations.
Okay, that's what
of
I wanted to
judges.
make sure. Who has the Senate version?
Senator Sam Gavan, and I'm actually tomorrow meeting with the Judges Association. We're going to put all the bills on the table and then begin to identify which ones need to move forward. And at that time, we'll identify the funding related to those.
Okay,
bills.
I've received some calls about it, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything relative to the general fund. Now, are we doing anything with the PHIP at all in this budget?
Not with PHIP. We dealt with PHIP in the original federal dollars.
In the federal, with the
Right,
federal dollars?
The ARPA dollars that we did. We did deal with the SEIB line item in this as well.
So what are we, and then the last question, because I left out, so I'm just trying to catch up. I want to be clear. What about for state employees? What are we doing for state employees?
So you'll hear in just a moment a separate bill doing a 10% COLA for all state employees.
So we're doing a 10%?
And that funding was in the bill that this body just passed. And that was
Okay.
14.5 million.
So we're at almost level funding, or that's additional?
Well, that's additional.
That's
10%.
additional.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
that's additional. Okay, so that will be in the next,
Now, we've already passed the funding for it, but then you'll hear the bill allocate the
bill.
funds.
Okay, that's what okay. And I think that may be all. That may be all that I have right now. Oh, I think the Kidney Foundation, are we doing something with the Kidney Foundation and the sickle cell? I know Representative Rogers has been a champion for that cause over the last.
He came up and identified those, and we did identify the line items they were on.
So did we do an increase?
It's under public health.
Under the public health? Did we do
No, they were funded at the same level.
So we're at level funding for those two?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, I appreciate it, and I think I was up here a little bit over 3 minutes. Not quite, but almost. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Chair, thanks, lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 125 as amended. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 125 has passed.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask the members of the General Fund Committee, first of all, thank you. Have the members of the General Fund Committee stand up. They've
Yes,
just
you
done an
can.
awesome job.
All the general fund committee stand up, please. Excellent job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Fayette, Representative South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next bill on special order calendar.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 279 by Representative South relating to Medicaid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before you, ladies and gentlemen, we have HB 279, which is I've been referring to as the Medicaid ceiling bill. It revises the Alabama Medicaid Agency's reimbursement methodology for facilities and makes a determination by the commissioner that an increase to the ceiling can be accomplished only in the case of a public health emergency, a new state or federal law or regulation, a statewide uncontrollable catastrophic event. And so all of that would be done within the budget that they're allocated or appropriated in a certain fiscal year. And so with that, I move for the BIR.
That is question for the body is adoption of the BIR on HB 279. The clerk unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 105 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Representative South.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no further questions, I move for final passage. Or is there? Yep. We don't on this one. I think there is on the next one.
Chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody said you probably need to explain a little bit more of what this does, but mine's just come up for an advertisement while we're talking about Medicaid and we're looking at fundings for Medicaid. We like to, at some point, with your help, since I know you tall cotton, start looking at how we can expand Medicaid to cover all of those people in the state of Alabama that doesn't health care. If you got a healthy state, you got a progressive state. So I appreciate that since I know you could do it. And since I've dropped my bill, If you give me a little help and getting that bill in committee and brought up, we appreciate it.
Yes,
But I thank you for the work you've done so far. Every little step helps.
Well, and just to your point,
Yeah.
kind of some further explanation, just to give you an example, like throughout the pandemic, we were saving money in Medicaid in certain
Right.
instances, and there were needs beyond what we could do by law on others, and this would allow the commissioner to kind of reset those reimbursement rates within her budget allocation.
That sounds good, because we need every little bit, and I do understand that during the pandemic, there's an exceptional cost that's still out there that really hadn't been paid off because of the number of people that went into hospitals with the COVID virus, but they didn't have health care. So it's been an unusual stress on all of our hospitals, and as a result, some have closed, some are now in a position to close because the cost was just so great that if we had had Medicaid expansion during that time, maybe we could have provided some relief for those hospitals that are right on the bubble now, trying to stay open. And even our urban hospitals incurred such a great cost till they are not on a solid foundation either because of the number of people that came into all of our facilities, but they had no form of health care. So I'm asking, and I know you can't shake your head, so because I don't want to get you in trouble, but I just ask in your heart if you would just put forth an effort to help us get Medicaid expansion passed for the state of Alabama. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 279. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Recorded votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 279 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 126 with substitute by Representative South relating to Medicaid.
Representative South, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So HB 126 is also a Medicaid bill. This is the bill that we have been referring to as the Medicaid Emergency Reserve Fund. What this would allow us to do is the past few years we've had carry forwards in Medicaid. This would allow Medicaid to set up this reserve fund and us to avoid the reappropriation of those dollars as we move forward, but also with interest rates where they are right now, it would allow them to put these funds in Treasury and keep the interest that is earned off of those deposits. So with that, I move for the BIR.
That is questions of BIR on HB 126. Clerk unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Recorded vote 105 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Representative South.
Yes, sir. If I can explain the sub, and it was mostly technical in nature, but it also clarified how the deposits would be made into the Treasury. So with that, I move to adopt the sub.
You've heard the sponsor's explanation of the sub. The question is the adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 105 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Representative South.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage as substituted.
That is the question. Is final passage a substitute of HB 126? Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote.
Yeah.
Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 126 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk call next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 155 by Representative Hall relating to the Coalition Against Domestic Violence Appropriation.
Representative Hall, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill number 155 really is a bill that is appropriating funds to the Coalition Against Domestic Violence for the fiscal year ending in September 2024. There are no questions. I will ask for the adoption of the BR.
That is the questions. Adoption of the BIR on HB 155. Clerk will unlock the machine and the member will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Hall.
If there are no further questions, I ask final passage.
That is a question before the body is final passage of HB 155. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 155 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I mentioned the amount, but it's $169,633. Thank you.
Chair, thanks, lady. Chair, clerk, call the next bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, House Bill number 127 by Representative Warren relating to Children's First Trust Fund appropriation.
Representative Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 127 does the allocations from the Children's First Trust Fund. This bill will make an appropriation of $39,097,848 from the Children's Trust Fund to go to the Alcohol Beverage Control Board, Children's Trust Fund, Department of Forensic Science, Alabama Department of Human Resources, Juvenile Probation Service Fund, Alabama Medicaid Agency, Alabama Department of Mental Health, State Multiple Needs Children's Fund, Department of Public Health, Department of Rehabilitation Services, and Department of Youth Services. In addition to the $39 million, we will do $50,511,261 to the Department of Early Childhood Education, 21st Century Debt Service, Senior Services Trust Fund, Alabama Medicaid Agency, and the Department of Senior Services. With all that, Mr. Speaker, I now ask for the passage of the BIR.
That is question for the body is passage of the BIR on HB 127. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted.
If there are
Representative
no
Warren.
further questions, I ask for final passage.
That is the question for the body is final passage of HB 127. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 127 has passed.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 53 of the calendar, House Bill number 154 by Representative Bracy relating to state employees.
Representative Bracy, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. HB 154 this bill would provide a 2% cost of living increase for state employees for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023. This bill is a 2% increase, cost of living raise. If there's no questions, we ask for the BIR.
That is a question for the body is adoption of the BIR on HB 154. Clerk will unlock machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We ask that we move for final passage.
That's question for the body is final passage of HB 154. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 154 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 320 by Representative Bedsole, relating to sheriffs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I stand before you today bringing HB 320. This is a slight modification to a bill that we actually passed last year related to what was called lost revenue from the sale of pistol permits. HB 320 will change the available allotment of funds that will be available to our sheriffs from $5 million to $7.5 million. And there's also a lost revenue piece that was a part of that bill from last year. And the basis for comparison in the bill passed last year was the 2022 pistol permit sales. This would be the basis of comparison would be the 2021 pistol permit revenues. We're also slight change in the name of the fund. The change of the name will be to the Sheriff's Advancement in Education, Technology, and Training Fund to reflect what the purpose of these funds the sheriffs are using in terms of their discretionary dollars. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to remind my colleagues that this does not make our sheriffs or the men in blue any safer. But having guns without a permit. And see, the only thing that we are trying to do is protect, save lives. This bill was in committee on last week. They will give law enforcement an option to question a driver at a traffic stop. Do you have a concealed weapon? Simple question. Committee voted it down. See, on a dark night, on a country road, or even on a lighted highway in a city, our officers are in danger because there are guns out there that is not permitted. Nobody knows. So we want to glorify guns and let our pastime be mass shootings. This is insanity. When everybody can wear a gun or have one concealed, and law enforcement can't question that in a traffic stop. But we're going to give them a few more dollars to make them feel good. Then we're going to change the name of their permit fund to education. Who been educated? A parent, a mother, when a husband been shot down, children when their parents been killed. Who are being educated here? Now, I've been trying to be sensible this session. I haven't been up here that much because some of the insanity that goes on up here, it devoids my thought process. I don't entertain it. But we are getting a little out of hand. I mean, it's time for us to have some common sense, to just see what we're doing and who's going to suffer. See, not until it comes into your neighborhood, not until it hits your house, then you will have a change of heart. But why we want to wait till that happens? See, we're supposed to have vision. We're supposed to see things and prevent things. Try to help the masses as much as possible in our deliberation and in our debate and in our public policy. Human beings are the most greatest resources that this state can have. There was an accident in my county this past week in Thomasville. And I want to thank all those responders that went out, first responders. They did everything that they was trained to do, but they couldn't save a life. This is what's important, life. So I'm not going to talk 10 minutes. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to put this on the record that us Democrats have been trying to make life better and make safety an issue, have our guns permitted, since we want to know that where our officer is in danger, that they can question the driver to see if they are carrying, and if they are carrying, then that's it. Nothing done. But just to keep that officer abreast and safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair would like to recognize in the gallery Selma's Redevelopment Authority from Selma, Alabama, Miss Susan Youngblood, a guest of Representative Chestnut. Let's give her a big hand for being with us today. Also would like to recognize Wise Institute. Let's give them a big hand for being with us as well today. Thank y'all for joining us today. The chair would like to recognize the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Stranger, will be the third person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I just want to thank you for bringing this bill because there was some mistakes and some issues with the way we set that up to refund the sheriffs, and we did need to go back and try to correct that and fix it. I appreciate the work you put into it. I appreciate you reaching out to me and getting my input and letting me know what was going on and allowing me to be a part of this process. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. I think fair points you make here. We made some decisions last year in the midst of that debate that you know, at times was a little lengthy, but we're trying to do what's right to ensure that our county law enforcement, who at the end of the day, counties don't have the ability to raise their own revenue, but we recognize this gives them a chance to kind of figure that piece out, because the emphasis is for our men and women in county law enforcement is to ensure that they're able to do the continual education and training piece that they really need to do so they can remain safe when they're doing their jobs. So
That's correct. And the increase we're doing is not that large considering for 67 sheriff departments across the state. So I think it's a good compromise in trying to help and support and back to Blue.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes John Knight. You know, we're not going to let you speak today, though, John. John, it's good to see you with us today, former representative for the House of Representatives. Chair would like to recognize the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for recognition. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So, this amends the Permit Act, or the I guess they call it the Constitutional Carry Act from a couple of years ago or last year.
Seems familiar, yes.
Yeah. So this amends that.
Right.
Ain't that something? And you, this bill not only amends it, but it acknowledges that there were some mistakes made in passing it. One of those mistakes was they used the wrong year to generate the losses from law enforcement. One of our former members made a really good point when he was here, and it drove us to creating a grant program because, effectively, taking away permits defunded the police. That's what he said. And as soon as he said that, we had a grant program that we're going to refund the police, I guess. And I heard several other people say that the law wasn't perfect. Like there were some other issues with the permitless carry bill that came up last year. You familiar with any of those other issues?
I think I've heard you speak on a few, so if you have any of those issues you want to care to bring up.
Yeah, sure. Because I tried to fix one of those issues. What was amazing to me about that whole conversation that we had about permitless carry was there was an acknowledgement between law enforcement and the carriers and the supporters of that bill that the likelihood that there would be more people carrying concealed weapons as a result of not having to have a permit. That includes everybody. Some folks didn't want to have trouble getting a permit. Once you told them they didn't have to get one, they're going to start carrying guns. There are some people now who legally can't carry weapons. And now, do you know what the best way for a criminal to carry a pistol would be now? Carry it concealed. Because you look just like everybody else. You're a legal carrier. Makes it much more difficult to determine who's a legal carrier and who's not when everybody's presumed to be one. But we acknowledged that being a law enforcement officer in those circumstances is a little bit more difficult. So what we thought we were doing, we're drawing up compromises. So if we increase the risk, we also increase law enforcement's ability to respond to that risk. So what did we do? A, we created the program that you're talking about. Wrong year, we're fixing that now, okay? Another thing that we agreed on was that it would be a Class A misdemeanor on a traffic stop if you touched a pistol in the car. Mm-hmm. Because again, that's dangerous. We know now more people will carry pistols in cars because you don't have to get a permit to do it anymore. So we made that concession to make it easier and safer, relatively speaking, considering more people would have guns, for law enforcement. We also created the duty to inform. In that whole deliberation, it was also another agreement drawn up with law enforcement because we acknowledge that it's not as safe now. So not only do we not want people touching guns on traffic stops, but we also, if you got one and we ask you, we want you to tell us. And if you don't tell us, tell law enforcement, then you can be punished for it. Again, another concession that was allegedly made between the sponsors of the bill and law enforcement because, if you're going to allow us to take away this permit requirement, please do something to make us safer on the street. But for whatever reason, the duty to inform wasn't passed with a penalty. And we know from recent Supreme Court precedent, Alabama Supreme Court says if a criminal law doesn't have a penalty, then it can't be enforced. I thought these were things that we negotiated last year, but we acknowledge that there are problems, and I think we're coming back to fix those. Well, you got a bill to fix a problem, and look at us. We're here voting on it. It's amazing, because we found a problem and we fixed it. I bring a bill, same sort of problem. We have a criminal code with no penalty. It's unenforceable. I bring a bill in committee to fix that problem, something that I thought we negotiated last year. Guess what? Gets killed in committee. Didn't even get a discussion. So it just begs the question, are we really trying to protect law enforcement when we put them at greater risk? And did we just not give them lip service last session for political expediency purposes, rhetoric, just to talk, just to get your agreement, knowing that we're not going to do what's necessary on the street to protect you? Now, that wasn't even my idea last year. The duty to inform was something that everybody involved in the discussion negotiated and put in the bill. You were there, you remember that discussion, okay? So if we know now that it's not enforceable, Why won't we fix it? Why isn't there a bill coming forward, because we love law enforcement so much, want to protect them, that we're going to require people to inform them if they're asked if they got a pistol? That bill should be bipartisan. It should be 105 to nothing on its way to the Senate. But yet, for some reason, I can't get it out of committee. Something's wrong. So, I'm trying to figure out what's more important. We've had this conversation. I'm not going to just divulge what our conversation about it, but you're in law enforcement, and that's important to you. And it's just like I said it a couple of weeks ago, but it's the twilight zone to me that I got members of law enforcement who aren't doing what's necessary to make sure they're safer, knowing that there are more guns on the street. And I'm trying to figure out why. I'm trying to figure out why we are able to go back in and acknowledge that we've made a mistake with the money and fix it, but when it actually comes to the nuts and bolts of patrol, we can't muster the political will to fix another problem that we created. So I'm at a loss. I still have the bill. Maybe I'll get it drawn up a different way so I get another opportunity to be heard on it. But if we're willing to acknowledge that there are more guns on the streets that law enforcement now has to deal with, then we should be able to acknowledge that there's more we owe them to make sure they can do their job safely. And it's more than just money. It's got to be a commitment there. And I'm trying to figure out why we can't manage to fix a problem to protect them. So, I co-sponsored this bill because it's one of the issues that we've identified. And I'm not even going to talk about the fact that anybody with a permit now can carry on school grounds. I'm not even here to talk about that. That's something that you and I can reasonably debate about how it's done or even if it's necessary. But I just don't see how we can reasonably debate requiring somebody who's got a pistol on a traffic stop and knowing that there are a lot more out there. Why would we want to fix that problem and make sure that people who are carrying concealed on traffic stops or when talking to a law enforcement officer just say, when asked, I got one. I got one. So I'm going to continue to work on that issue. I may come back down here for 10 more minutes and talk about it some more.
Sure.
Because I want people to share the commitment that you and I have to making sure law enforcement is safe and doing what's necessary to make sure that happens. And again, it's more than making sure that budget-wise, I have enough money to pay for bulletproof vests,
sure,
and many other things.
Agreed.
I want to make sure that those folks who are on the street, all the guns that are out there now as a result of this permitless carry stuff, law enforcement has the ability to protect themselves and be fully aware of who they're dealing with. So I'll probably see you again in a little bit. Okay. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Treadway. Be the fourth person speaking on the BR.
Yield.
Yes, sir.
First, I want to appreciate you bringing this bill because I think it goes with our commitment to law enforcement from day one, that any lost revenues, we will look to make them up. And this bill takes a huge step in that direction. I believe we're the only constitutional carry state in America that actually does that, has that commitment. In addition, there's the database that keeps law enforcement officers safe. So these are areas that, as we were discussing the constitutional carry bill, that we were committed to making sure that not only officers were safe, but citizens in Alabama were safe. These are two important areas that I think is important that folks know, because no other state with constitutional carry is doing that. So I appreciate you bringing a bill to ensure that any revenues that go to public safety are going to be replaced. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Representative Betso.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if there's no further question, I would call for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
I shall not be long, but since there's been some great discussion and debate, would you just kind of help me? I sent someone to bring me a copy of the bill. Tell me what this bill does.
Yeah, so we're just making some changes relative to portions of the bill from last year where we allocated a pot of about $5 million that the sheriffs in our state could apply for in terms of lost revenue from the sale of concealed weapons permits. Last year during the debate and on the passage, we compared that value for lost revenue to the 2022 pistol permit sales. And this bill would change that comparison of value to the 2021 calendar year for comparison purposes.
And this is for the sheriff's department. Did you speak with the sheriff in Jefferson County about this bill?
I haven't personally spoken
I mean,
with
not
him.
the sheriff's department, but for the sheriff's association.
Oh, yes, ma'am,
So
absolutely.
that's why we have all these sheriffs in here.
Yep, yep. I see a few up there, and
Keeping
certainly
watch over us.
have been in touch with them through
I
this
hope
entire
any of them
process.
remember my face so they won't have a need to stop me in the future. Because one was mean mugging me so hard up there. I know he probably read my lips when I asked the question to another representative.
I think I saw you at a recent gathering of the Sheriff's Association. Didn't I see you there?
Oh, yeah, I love my sheriff, Sheriff Mark Petway. I love him. I mean, I love Jefferson County. I love law enforcement. When they do the right thing, you know, we have good actors and bad actors in everything that we do, but I too agree with my colleague that something needs to be done with these guns that are in the hands of our children. It grieves me, and again, I'm pro this argument, Second Amendment right. I don't carry a weapon, but everybody in my family does. My father was a staunch supporter, and I have no problem with it. This is not about those rights, and I hope we do bring some legislation. As I said just the other day in an interview, that I also hope we begin to look at bringing something that we can at least put a moratorium on the age limit of an individual that can purchase a firearm, or at least crack down on the distributor of these ghost guns, all of these triggers that speed up the trigger process, the manufacturer and distribution, let me say the distribution. And again, I say this to my people out in TV land, out in the web, far out there in the whatever media platforms that are out there. Don't tweet me, text me, email me, because I'm not going to be interested in it. I'm going to speak my piece, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, and I mean everything that I say. You know, I will be attending the funeral of young Kiki Smith in just a few days that died in Dadeville. So I do hope, and I agree, as my colleague said, that we begin, you know, we bring these bills, and I'm pro-law enforcement. But we have kids that are killing every day. We have kids that are disrespecting law enforcement. That's why I'm trying to get my exhibition bill out to give the law enforcement in Jefferson County something to work with as it relates to all of this exhibition driving and burnouts. We have individuals, when the law enforcement say stop, that will not even stop. You know, you can't win against law enforcement. That's just a stop you just can't win on. So I always encourage even my clients, you know, beat them in the courtroom, because you can't beat them in the car. And they have a job to do. And in a lot of instances, we do get to a point of fairness. But with that being said, the name, help me understand the name and what we're changing the name of this fund to, and why is there a need to change the name?
I think it's specifically important to focus on the positive aspects of what we're trying to accomplish here. Last year, I don't know if it was just the matter of compromise or trying to get through the day, we kind of had a negative connotation with it. It was directed towards lost revenue. I think that now that we've gotten to this point, we're a year out, we've seen that we need to make an adjustment in the available funds. I think it's important to focus on what the sheriffs across our state are using this money for.
And it's being used for what purpose?
Education, training, and technology. These are the things that the budgets of the county, without their county's ability to raise their own revenue, they've depended on in this state for a long time on that discretionary dollars coming to them in the sale of pistol permit revenue. And so I want to focus in on that. So we felt like it was important to really highlight what the sheriffs of our state are doing with this.
And this is something I've wanted to ask over the years, because when you all speak of education, is it educating them?
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, what type of education?
So, you know, certainly I can't speak for every agency across our state, but I think that we all would say no matter what walk of life or career you have, if you're not conducting continuing education in your career, you are missing out on certain aspects to do your job at a higher and more professional way. Agencies across our state in terms of law enforcement are no different. Training and education doesn't stop when you leave the police academy, so have to continuing, whether it's 3, 4, 5, 6 times a year, comprehensive training in terms of, we might be talking about firearms training, but we also could be talking about things like crisis intervention training. We could talk about implicit bias training. We could talk about mental health training.
I like implicit bias.
So, you know, just pull back the curtain, the agency that I have the pleasure to serve at, we submit a training agenda that is approved in the months before the calendar year, and then we hold to that training agenda to ensure that we're hitting on the topics of the day, whether they be implicit bias, whether they be crisis intervention, mental health, CPR, firearms, emergency operations of a vehicle, everything designed to keep our community safe and to ensure that professionalism that our citizens demand.
All right, well, I wanted to get some clarity since there seemed to be such an interest. I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything that I needed to be a voice on for the people. Again, I definitely want, did you say if you had spoken with Jefferson County?
I have not spoken with your sheriff specifically, but I have been in close contact with the sheriff.
You mean to tell me you didn't speak with the sheriff in the largest county in the state of Alabama, and you are here pushing a bill for the Sheriff's Association? But you didn't think to speak to Sheriff Mark Petway?
No, there are
in Jefferson County.
67 of them.
I understand it. I know. Now wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I understand that the numbers. I took geography. I took Alabama history. As a matter of fact, I had a minor in it. So I understand the number, but the point is, we're bringing a piece of legislation for an association, and you have a sheriff that represents the largest county. I don't even care. Did you speak to the sheriff in the second largest county in the state?
I'm sorry?
Did you speak to the sheriff in the second?
Which sheriff specifically?
I'm asking you, tell me the sheriffs that you spoke with. I mean, have you spoken with any sheriffs about this?
spoke to several the other night at the sheriff's gathering,
but
and
you
they
didn't-
expressed their
So
support for the bill.
as you moved the bill, did you speak with them prior to, since you say you spoke with the Sheriff's Association? It's just like when someone says they they're moving something for law enforcement, the Fraternal Order of Police. You know, I always say, well, did you speak with Representative Treadaway? And I still, even to this day, and he was one of the biggest union reps for FOP that we've had that came out of Jefferson County and out of Birmingham. That's how I actually got a chance to come to know him.
Sure.
Because we worked for the
He was a
city
great
of
leader
Birmingham.
for the FOP.
Oh yeah. So I'm just asking. So once you say you're a rep, you're representing an association.
Yeah.
But I just have no one thought enough to talk to Mark Petway in Jefferson County, the largest county.
Ladies' time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bedsold, I don't have a lot of questions. I just got a few.
Yes, sir.
I was happy to see that the people who took the money from them giving it back to them. I was glad to see that and looking at the co-sponsors on the bill. And I think it's appropriate that the sheriffs get the money back. But the thing that everybody seemed to pass over, we took it. I mean, we're the same people who took the money.
Yes.
Someone was doing pretty good with the Pistol Permit Fund before that. But my point, more than anything else, is that did we give any thought to the logical conclusion of what was going to take place when we passed this bill from the beginning? And I mean the result of it. I mean, and I understand that you probably thought there would be some result of it. And a gentleman, elderly gentleman in my county asked me a question. He said, look, do y'all ever put any common sense in what you do? And I said, yeah, I guess we do. He said, well, if you really think about it, people fight with what they got. People who have fists fight with fists. They don't go look for a gun. People who have guns fight with guns. So if we proliferate the state with guns, common sense tells me we're going to have more shootings. We're going to have more death from firearms. And, I'm just wondering, what was the thought about what was going to happen positive as a result of that?
Representative, anyone can go check in my voting record from the bill last year, so I don't mind saying it. I was not a supporter of the bill last year.
I didn't think you were.
To eliminate concealed weapons permits. At the end of the day, I was elected to come here in Montgomery and represent my district. But for the last nearly 25 years, I've served in law enforcement, and there's one thing that I will not do is ever turn my back on law enforcement. Yeah. And I have some strong feelings about that. And so when I had the opportunity to help them in this situation here, I was very happy to carry this bill for them.
Even if you think it's going to be detrimental to the public, even if you feel that way, that's kind of how I felt.
Yeah.
And I really think that we really need to give a lot of thought to what, not the intent of the result of our actions wound up being. That's the part that I'm more concerned about.
Yes, sir.
I know a whole lot about pistol permit funds, believe me.
Yes, sir.
And I know that they've done a lot in our county anyway.
Yeah.
And I was really concerned about when the bill first came up. And I talked a little bit about that during that time. But since that time, I'm just amazed at some of the thought patterns that some people have about that. And I'm amazed. Well, our sheriff, had a real serious thought pattern about it.
Yes.
And I'm wondering about, on some of the issues we address, do we put an emphasis on what is the logical conclusion of what our actions are? because that's important. I think it's real important to the public. I think it's real important to all of us.
It is.
I didn't really know how you voted on the bill, but listening to you talk in the past,
yes,
I understood that you seem to put a little bit more into it than what I hear.
I really appreciate that.
And so I just wanted to say that had it not been for us, we wouldn't have to come back and undo this, because we really should have gave some thought to that from the beginning. I think the most important thing in your job is public safety.
Yes, sir.
What's going to happen as a result of what I do in Montgomery? So, and that's the way I think about it most of the time. But I just want to mention that point.
And thank you for that. And I'll say this, at the end of the day, I don't like to look back a whole lot. This body took a specific vote and changed some law for our state. And I always want to go forward, and we want to see what we can do regardless of the past. So that's the intent here, is to say that has happened in the past, and I'm moving forward. So this here is going to be the right thing for our sheriff. So thank you.
Hopefully we'll be open to some other corrections.
Yes, sir.
At some point. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for recognition. A gentleman yield. It says, current law, any person who knowingly possesses a pistol or firearm concealed on or about his or her person, or in a vehicle occupied by the person, and who is asked by a law enforcement officer operating in the line and scope of his or her official duties whether he or she is armed with a concealed pistol or firearm, shall immediately inform the law enforcement officer that the person is in possession of a pistol or firearm. That's current law. Fair? Make sense?
Yes.
Doesn't have a penalty. So it's meaningless. Can't do anything with it. It's just there. And I don't even know if we're not going to enforce it, I don't know why we just won't take it out. And if we never had any intention of making it enforceable, why even agree to it in the first place? It's just that kind of Montgomery business that we do down here. And it makes me sick. Because there are many people around the state of Alabama who depended on us when we're negotiating in good faith that we're going to do what we say we're going to do. But we don't. It's Montgomery. It's what we do in Montgomery. And it's really frustrating. And I know what your bill does. And I agree with it. That's why I signed on to it. But at the same time, it is so disingenuous that we rename it and basically give the money back that we took because we took permits away. Again, that's just Montgomery. It's what we do. And now we want sheriffs to come back and say, thank you. So, also, you know what else is frustrating to me? It's not necessarily the permit, because ever since I was alive and recognized that permits were required, I've never had anybody ever complain about having to go get one. Never was an issue. Because most law-abiding citizens don't mind doing something that demonstrates they're law-abiding citizens. And I get it. You always say criminals don't abide by laws and all that kind of stuff. But that's not the point. The point is our response. It's not about the criminal. It's about law enforcement's ability to respond to somebody who's possessing a firearm, a dangerous firearm. So now we know that there are people who are carrying concealed weapons who don't have a background check. We don't even know if that person's been committed or not. We don't know if that person's been convicted of a domestic violence offense or not. we don't even know if that person has the propensity for violence or not. And they're carrying concealed, and we let those folks carry guns everywhere with no checks or balances anymore. And then we don't do what's necessary to make sure that law enforcement is as fully informed about who has them or not. It's crazy to me. And also the database. If there isn't something that is like seatbelts on an airplane, then a database that we're responsible for maintaining, it's security theater. It's not real. A database that tells you if that person is a felon or not, it ain't even probable cause. You can't even operate on the information. And it's unreliable because it can't tell you who's a prohibited possessor, because you know what makes you a prohibited possessor in Alabama? A domestic violence conviction involving a weapon. Now, there are cities that barely turn their convictions in. That's what our database is based on. And again, you're on a traffic stop. You can't even inquire or open a line of inquisition if you see a pistol in a car because it's legal now. The best you can do is take it from them temporarily for your safety, but you can't look at it, you can't ask about it, you can't check the serial numbers, you can't do anything to it except hand it back. How is that safety? How is that making us safer? How does that make you as a law enforcement officer safer? It is backwards. It doesn't even make sense. But we're going to make sure you got a little extra money, but we're damn sure not going to do anything about helping you on the street. It's one of the most frustrating things, man. And if we can't negotiate in good faith and keep our word to law enforcement about their safety, then I don't even know what purpose we're serving. I don't even know why we engaged in the conversation in the first place with law enforcement to give them these fake promises, these empty promises about what we're going to do to keep them safe. Because if you're not going to add a penalty to it, then you might as well just take it out. Because one day, somebody is going to make the false assertion or promise in a conversation with law enforcement, and they're going to lose their whole case behind it because there's no teeth in the law at all. I don't know, man. It's almost like there's nothing sacred around here anymore. Because it used to be when law enforcement came down here and said, this makes us less safe, it stopped. But at the very least, if we're going to negotiate on both sides and you say this is something that we got to have in order to at least even be comfortable with this, we do it. And we certainly make it enforceable. It's not the same. It's just, that is frustrating to me. And undoubtedly, we know across the state that guns are everywhere now. Because if you're a criminal, the best way to conceal it is to carry it. That's amazing, isn't it?
Yep.
If you want to get away with carrying a pistol and you're a legal possessor, just carry it around with you. You look just like everybody else. So the law-abiding citizen and the criminal, in that context, when carrying a pistol, are guess what now? The same. And we expect that to add up to public safety. On a traffic stop, you pull somebody over. A year and a half ago, if you saw a pistol in that car, what did you do? You took it. You know why you took it? Because they needed a permit. What are you doing at a traffic stop now? Just look at it. Oh, well. Not much I can do. Let me go check this incomplete database that we got. That doesn't work. That's, I think, managed by the same people, Aaliyah, that's responsible for giving people who are released from prison driver's licenses. And how well is that going? So Anyway, it's about guns. I get it. But I think there's supposed to be a balance between the Second Amendment and public safety. And it right now is completely out of whack. Completely out of whack. But I commend what you're doing. Because at the very least, there's some small pushback there that even the folks who are standing on the vanguard of the Second Amendment and everything else be damned, open up the door a little bit and say, all right, we may have messed that up. Let's talk about that. And maybe we can fix it. But everything else, even valid, legitimate concerns, we're not going to listen to. Anyway, I'm not going to come back up here, but I just want to make sure I point out the hypocrisy in what we're doing. And I think when you come down here and you talk to the folks on the other side or either side, and you negotiate with them about something that you believe is important to you and something that's vital to your job and your safety, make sure you can trust them, because you don't want to be back here next year and them telling you no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd like to recognize Probate Judge Sheila Moore from Winston County. Guests to represent Tim Wadsworth and Tracy Estes here with us today. Let's give her a big hand. Is she still in the gallery? Sure, recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, you yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to us repealing the pistol permit, do you know some of the reasons or uses they had? And the reason I'm asking is because I've seen some, in reading the first part of the year, some sheriff departments were talking about that without those pistol permit funds, they would have to lay off some of their sheriffs, and it would prevent them from purchasing some of the equipment that they need. But I see under the new name, when we, that's gonna pass today, is for technology training. Will they still be able to hire personnel under the new title?
No, ma'am. I don't know what you're referring to, but the
I'm referring
discretionary.
to some of the sheriffs that was on the news and in the Birmingham News before it went out of print, that said without the pistol permit that they would have to lay off personnel because that pistol permit was used to help them in hiring officers, and it also was used to help them purchase certain equipment that they need, versus looking at the new title and besides training, what else will they be able to use with the funds that the state is going to provide for the loss of the pistol permits?
The discretionary dollars were not able to be used for salaries.
Yeah.
What the reference may have been about is law enforcement related equipment. So that can be a scope and portion. You know, the honest reality is that many counties have their own individual legislative statutes that govern how those discretionary dollars are spent. Large in part, it's all
But with the
revolved around
pistol
law
permit, they
enforcement
had a
purposes.
little more flexibility.
Law
with
enforcement
what-
purposes, right?
Yeah,
and so
to
that
use
could
it
be
for.
a partnership with their county commission to purchase vehicles. You know,
But if their
example
county commission is not generating that excess money
Right.
to do it, because when I see we got a 5-year period where we're going to supplement for the loss, and you know, just personally thinking, I think we're trying to cover up what we've done when we changed the name from local government pistol permit revenue loss. And that's exactly what happened when the bill was passed, to allow people not to have permit to carry. But when we changed this new name to Sheriff's Advancement in Education, Technology, and Training Fund, I think that at that point we tried to cover up what this legislative body did when we took away the pistol permit, because they used it for a lot of different things, which this new title won't allow them to use it going forth.
Yeah, and I would like to interject real quick because I think that's important to point out is nothing in this bill changes how they could use their discretionary funds because
But they can't hire with it.
But they've not been able to hire under discretionary dollars. Have never been able to use.
Well,
for
why did
hiring.
those sheriffs get on TV and
I
say
can't
that they used?
explain what you saw, but I can tell you.
I can tell you what I saw. I saw them
dollars.
say out of their mouth through my lying ears
The
that they
discretionary
could no
dollars.
longer use
So,
it.
regardless of that,
Are you
nothing-
sure that every county classified it as discretionary monies?
They're discretionary dollars. Yes,
Because they made those statements.
ma'am. Okay.
And I just wonder, I mean, I don't know them,
Yeah.
other than I saw some on TV. Then I saw some that they did reports on in the Birmingham News before it went out of print. And they listed some of the usage of the pistol permit money
So this won't change
that they
anything.
have. So with your discretionary money in Jefferson County, about $2 and something came to provide office space for the legislators. Could they use that discretionary money
Whatever their
still
local,
for that?
whatever their local enabling act is, that still remains in effect. All
So-
this does is create a passageway in which they can apply for those dollars. Those dollars are
Apply for those dollars. They're not automatic.
apply for those dollars. That money is transmitted to the county commission. This
But
bill
they're applying
directs
for it versus
to-
with the pistol permit, they didn't apply for dollars that came in because people, if they wanted to carry a gun, they had to have that permit. And, you know, it's not the same no matter how we want to put it. And I understand you in law enforcement, and I would think that it puts you in a very odd position, but I understand what goes on in his body because no matter how we say it, I think that those officers that did those articles and did those interviews were speaking from what they actually used the fund for. And all of them talked about hiring officers, and I was just concerned about that. And if they couldn't use it then I don't know what position they put themselves in by going public and saying that they were using it for. But that was my biggest concern is those people did say that. And
Doesn't change a thing. They can use it for the same way they used to use it.
hiring people
If that's the way they used to use it, all I'm telling you is this.
for 5 years, and then after that, what happens?
It'll be back before this body, presumably.
But they didn't necessarily have to do that when they could put out those pistol permits. They didn't have to come back every 5 years. And then we might not be in a position,
We might not be. You're absolutely
you know,
right.
because we got a lot of money now that because of a pandemic, we were able to save in so many different areas
That's right.
that in 5 years, most likely, we might not be in that position unless we plan to do a lot better recruiting businesses to come into the state and doing better at education and training our citizens to be prepared to go into a diverse workforce of new careers that could possibly come into the state. So I wondered about that after the 5-year period, what would be the status of the state, because for so many years, we have not bought in what we could, but now we just have excess money because of a situation that was created through some hook or crook that we had a pandemic. But I just wondered about that, and because as I ride up and down the road, it kind of bothers me, especially at night, when I see an officer stop in a car, because it's at least in the daylight, if somebody does not have good intentions, somebody could see them and probably get a tag number to provide some help. But at night, I cringe when I see a trooper to stop somebody, and I'm saying, I'm hoping and praying I don't have to hear something on the news because it's dark and we don't know what the intent of a lot of people that's on the road, and you stop them and what type of mindset they're in.
That's right.
But those were the major ideas. After the 5 years, what will happen? And then if those sheriff departments said that they used the monies to hire people, if they could continue to do it.
Yeah.
Those were my concerns.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
You know, about the whole thing is just that we thinking about dollars instead of lives. And I'm not, I know what you're trying to do, replace some money. But to me, it's more about people's lives. I'm a company on with a bill for council members to make you carry a permit to carry a gun in Jefferson County. Because those guys, if I was a police officer, I wouldn't stop nobody at night. Because they got to go home also. When you pass bill about leaving a gun on the car seat, and you got it, and you carry it in your car, your life is in danger every time you stop a car. So I'm not concerned about the money. I'm more concerned about the people's lives. I mean, those guys' lives in danger.
My entire career.
And I feel for them. And I don't think this is. I'm not against your bill. I know you're trying to replace revenue, but to me, we got to find a way to stop the guns, period. Anytime you get a gun readily, and I about the whole thing is this that when those guys are shooting, they don't know how to shoot. They watch TV and movies, and they start shooting crawls like this, try to shoot. You can't even, so it's supposed to get killed on a humbug. So I understand what you're trying to do to raise the revenue, but I think it ought to be just where we find a way to give them revenue, period. I mean, well, I understand it. You're limited on what you can do with the money. When you had the pistol permit, the gun, and you could do what you want. I mean, you had more leeway, right? Am I right?
I don't think that's correct. I still think that it was governed under the local enabling act of that county that told the sheriff how he could spend it, generally speaking for law enforcement purposes.
Yeah, but it had more leeway.
But this wouldn't change it. This actually, we were very careful when we constructed the language to not interfere with any local enabling legislation. What this says is that actually you will just simply follow whatever local enabling legislation is already in place. We didn't want to mess anything up that was already there, so this just follows that.
But basically, it replaces the lost revenue from the gun permits, right?
Yeah, and we changed the comparison value from the 2022 to 2021 year. It makes it more equitable for the sheriffs.
Hey, I just think the whole concept is ridiculous. We just had 8 killings in Jefferson, in Birmingham on 8 days. Had 8 killings. 8. Had one that put at a service station, and innocent bystanders got shot and killed. I mean, young folk. I mean, you heard about the birthday party, the party they had back down the way down there, and every child in there had a gun, evidently. If one person put a gun out there, everybody had a gun too. Everybody got to shoot. We got to find some way to limit these guns. And I'm sincere. If I was a police officer and I pity you, I lost a goddaughter to a shooting by a thug. And the irony about the whole thing is that she had a vest on, but he took the gun, pulled her collar out. She wasn't going to do anything, and shot her right here. Because I wanted to fry him. I wanted to beat him when he fried him. But they told me so many pills he'll get, so I let him go ahead and get life without parole and make sure you stay there. That's what I want to stay. So if I was a police officer, and I know what a hard job it is. I mean, I've worked as a probation officer before, and I know what it is. But if I'm gonna see somebody, to me, the lives are more important than the money. If I saw a car driving down the street and all the police officers, I wouldn't pull nobody over. You know why? Because I got a wife and kids at home. And you don't know what's going to happen. And then you got a law where a man can lay his gun on the seat. And when the police officer come in there, if he ain't got a gun out ready to shoot right now, the guy going to kill him. You don't know what problem that guy had at home that night. He might be mad at his wife or his girlfriend or somebody, or she might be mad. And the first thing she want to do is she'll start shooting when the police come to the window. So to me, their lives are more important than the money. Now, what I got is a constitutional amendment trying to stymie something on this killing. And it's just like Dodge City. And then all over the West, they carry guns in the saloon. When you come to Dodge City, you got to turn your gun in. So my theory is that all I can do is think of a bill. When you drive in Jefferson County, you got to have a gun permit. You can't put your gun, you can't have no gun on your car seat. I'm thinking about those police officers. They got to do the job. And most times they get killed is about domesticated event or stopping a car. When they stop a car and they see a gun on the seat, I'm telling you what happened. You won't believe. I went to a training program for police officers. Remember, one of y'all go through where they go in this trailer and somebody jump and shoot. I shot everything in there. I went through it. I got to shoot. I didn't quit. I shot everything. I mean,
Nobody was safe, were they?
Nobody was safe. If I was put in the air, I'd be shot everybody. I was in that trailer, and someone jumped up. I just started shooting. I flunked.
Yeah.
Because it's a dangerous job.
It is. And I'm thankful that our state and our country is full of men and women that, regardless of the situation, will do their job. And they will do it because they're trying to protect you and me, right?
Yeah, right. But what I'm saying about you, I mean, I'm for you, Bill. But it's more important, the lives of those guys are more important than the money.
That's right.
The money ain't going to save nobody, save their life or nobody else's life. And I hear that. So that's what bothers me about the bill. I'd rather see a bill require more regulations on guns than a bill talking about the money. All the money in the world won't bring back one police officer or one person got killed. All the money in the world won't bring them back. When you think about the people mourning and crying about a lost son, or a lost daughter, or a lost husband, a lost wife, your bill not going to do anything to eliminate all those guns. We got to find a way to take some gun. I mean, it might not help that much, everybody, but we got to find a way to eliminate some of those weapons. You realize that right now they got a weapon that made out of plastic. You won't even get to take it through a metal detector. You know about that, right?
Guns made out of plastic?
It's called a ghost gun.
Okay.
A ghost gun. So now the only reason you got a ghost gun, you want to hurt somebody. But that's what we got a ghost gun for. You go through a metal detector, it won't even pick it up.
What's the ammunition made out of?
Big Brian?
What, the ammunition piece of that?
Well, I don't know, but I just read about the ghost gun. Okay. I'm not. But I understand it's deadly. I say it's like shooting a 45.
Yeah.
Not 38, a 45. 30, 45 is similar. But once it hits you, you gone. It's called a ghost gun. And really, a metal detector won't even pick it up. And so therefore, if your bill was some kind of way protecting the lives of those guys, I feel better. But this is about money. And the money can't replace one soul, one life. And so I feel so hurt by the fact that we're not doing something about the lives we lost.
Yeah.
Lose.
I'll say a lot of the sheriffs will use this money to do proper training to learn better techniques and tactics how to defend themselves. So, you know, there is some consolation there because I have faith in our sheriffs that they will take this and use it for those purposes, and I believe in that.
Okay, all right, but what about? We got to get them out their hand. We got to find some way. The other day I was going to Walmart, and a guy walked in there with
Gentleman's
an
time has
on his
expired.
shoulder. I turned around and went back and got in my car.
This is a good idea.
Hey, I don't know what he's going to do, but I won't take no chance. He might be crazy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Would like to recognize John Sheridan, Chilton County Sheriff. Let's give him a big hand. Guests are Representative Van Smith and Russell Betso. Also, we have with us today Billy Hammock, Lauderdale County Revenue Commissioner, guest of Philip Pettis, Kerry Underwood, and Ben Harrison. Let's give him a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. The chair would like to recognize the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say a couple things. First of all, thanks for carrying this. But second of all, I think it's a very important lesson that we can learn from this that I don't view this as hypocritical at all. I think there's an important lesson that we can view from this, that we don't have to sell back. And I know we can talk about, you know, what actually prevents crimes. You know, do gun permits actually prevent crimes versus not? And I actually was a fan of the con carry bill. Not that it maybe was perfect, but I was a fan of it. But I think it's important to recognize that there are other ways that we can fund our vital infrastructure without selling back our rights and freedoms to our people. And so I appreciate this bill as a proper movement in that direction, and that we can support and fund the things that are vital to our communities without having to sell back rights and freedoms. So I appreciate this bill.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you for coming speaking, and thank you for your support on this.
Yep.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I won't be long, my friend. I just want you to give this body an incident that when the database saved the cop's life on a traffic stop. Give this body an incident that when the database saved the life of an officer.
You're asking me to provide it?
Yes, sir. Since that came up, database.
Yeah. So I guess this could be an embarrassing moment for me, and I didn't know if you were trying to or not.
No.
This is where I have to admit that I'm not as young as I used to be, and I'm not a patrolman anymore. So unfortunately, because I have an office job inside of my law enforcement career, that I don't have the day-to-day contacts, so I'm not using the database. So unfortunately, you put me on the spot here.
I didn't mean to.
And I'm gonna have to tell everyone I'm older than you think I was. So I wish I could give you an example, but unfortunately,
Because there's none.
That's not my job.
Because database don't save lives. You know, I want to say this, and Mr. Speaker, when the permitless bill was passed on this floor, the balcony was filled with officers, and we stuffed our thumb down their nose to let them know who we were. And now we're coming back up here today to give back what we took from them. And they're supposed to just run and, thank you, sir, thank you. See, when you wrong people for the wrong reason, I'm not going to rejoice. Payback is coming. And this state going to get a lot of payback for doing all the things that they're doing, passing all these bad bills. But people suffer But I'm glad you can stop the bleeding before they bled out. So I'm commending you for that. But it should never have happened in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Question for the body now is passage of HB 320. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record vote, 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 320 has passed.
Thank you, members, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'd like to recognize the circuit clerk, James Starborough and Carla Woodall from Pike in Houston County. Guest of Representative Fairmore, Klaus, Lee, Sorrell, and Reading. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 54 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 23 by Senator Albritton relating to circuit clerks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you remember, I believe it was last week, I brought HB 57. It dealt with the increase of salaries for circuit clerks. This is a Senate bill sponsored by Senator Albritton, and it's exactly the same bill. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer those. It increases the pay scale from a 84 pay scale to 86. It does not take effect until the next term, which starts in 2025.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is passed. Chairman Lee.
Move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
That's a question for the body is final passage of SB 23. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 23 has passed.
Mr. Speaker, I've asked for open for co-sponsors.
That is question. It's a Senate bill. I'm sorry.
Can't do that. All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 54 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 92 by Senator Carnley relating to the employees' retirement system.
Chair recognizes gentleman from Montgomery, from Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is simple. We passed it last year that the local governing bodies could give a lump sum to their employees, a lump sum bonus. And a lot of the counties, municipalities, governing bodies locally gave out a time because it had a dead set certain of October of 22. This just extends it to October of 23. There's no further questions. I ask for the BR.
That is the questions passage of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. BR is passed. Chairman Ingram.
The Speaker asks final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of SB 92. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 92 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, House Bill number 243 by Representative Lee relating to the Board of Medical Examiners.
Chairman Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many of you know, there's been a workforce shortage of everything when it comes from one end to the other. But today we're dealing with the Physicians Workforce Act. What this Workforce Act does, it actually touches base in 3 different areas. One, today we have 4 wonderful medical schools in the state of Alabama. And unfortunately, our places where we can place them have not increased. They don't match. A lot of times we don't have enough locations for them to match to do their residency. So what happens is those physicians, in some cases, they want to stay in Alabama. So we just do not have the positions for them to match. So this allows them, rather than after they've graduated, rather than them going and working somewhere else out of their field, it gives them the ability to work under a physician in a clinic or in the ER and continue to get their experience. And as many of you know, it's very expensive to have gone through school, and now they're able to generate a little money. But one, it benefits them and us as well. The second, it gives and tear down barriers for the physicians to come inside the state that are already working and are physicians outside the state of Alabama. It allows them to come in to the state of Alabama to be able to work. We're trying to make it as easy as possible. Now, when I say that, make sure you understand it doesn't lower the criteria at all. It does not lower any kind of background checks. All that is done. It just allows them, if they're already serving in another state as a physician, they can move to the state of Alabama. Third thing is it allows those that are coming in from outside international to start the process a year earlier than what they normally would. Still continues to keep all the criteria as far as doing the background check, but this allows them to come to work at least 12 months earlier and start the work in our badly needed workforce. Mr. Speaker, I move for BIR.
That is question for the body is adoption of the BIR on HB 243. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. BR has passed. Chairman Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to commend you on this bill. One of the things that we in the state of Alabama try to do is make sure that we can maximize our health care that we have in this state. And this is a great bill that benefits both the state and the individuals and allows medical providers to be in the community helping our constituents. And for that, I really commend you for this. This is a great and well-crafted bill.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 243. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 243 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 132 by Representative Smith relating to taxation.
Representative Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm here with HB 132. This maintains the intent of a bill I carried last year called Sweet Grown Alabama. Sweet Grown Alabama was an act passed to give an exemption to farmers, farmer-to-table concept for farmers who produced added value to crops, such as strawberries to jams and jellies, or cucumbers to pickles. We have a loophole in it that we feel like some agencies might try to tag into to be exempt from these sales taxes, the licensees such as medical cannabis. With this, I would like to have this exemption for medical cannabis, and with that, I would ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. First person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you saying the new section that is added would exclude products that are under Chapter 24, Title 20? What is that? Do you know what that is?
It would only make an exemption for medical cannabis. This would still allow for all family farms and small farms to be able to continue to produce value-added crops and be exempt from sales tax.
So since it doesn't spell it out, it refers to excluding products under Chapter 2A, Title 20. That's what I'm saying. So is that what that chapter is about?
That's correct.
Cannabis? All right. And so it's then the product value add agricultural exemption, section 4023(1), 4023(4), as well. All of those are about cannabis.
That's correct.
And so tell me why cannabis, if it's grown, if it's homegrown.
Well, it's basically a farm-to-table bill to help small farmers producing table-type crops to be exempt from that sales tax. And it's also for farms, not for industrial entities.
Well, cannabis you consider cannabis industrial?
Well, it won't be grown in open farms, no ma'am. It'll be grown in compounds pretty much more than anything else.
That's compounds only because it has to be surrounded and being secure.
No, because
Right.
it has to be protected from anybody getting into it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
secure. You either got some
Secure,
type
I'm
of,
sorry.
yeah,
I thought
right.
you said cure, I'm sorry.
No, secure. I thought it was interesting that, so how did this come about? I know didn't we do farm to table before?
Yes, ma'am, I carried it last year to give farmers this opportunity to avoid that sales tax, but we felt like that, and we heard that these entities were going to try to tag on to it.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
What were they basing that on?
I guess that they were growing and adding value to something, thus they felt like they qualified.
Really? Interesting, but thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. You always have such good questions.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan.
I just want to make sure one thing. I heard the word cannabis.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to make sure we're not doing anything to mess and bother with the weed man. Is the weed man good?
Weed man is going to be just like he is right now.
Okay, so as long as the weed man good, I'm good.
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
want to make sure of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Weed man.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 99 ayes, 1 nay. BR is passed. Representative Smith.
Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll entertain more questions and at proper time ask for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 132. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 132 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 11 by Representative Sells relating to the Electronic Security Board of Licensure.
Chairman Sells, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion we carry this bill over to the call of the chair.
Hearing no objections, the bill is carried over to the call of the chair. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 36 of the calendar, House Bill number 23 by Representative Brown with substitute relating to volunteer fire departments.
Chairman Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have House Bill 23. This is for volunteer firefighters. And what this does, a few years ago, the Examiner of Public Accounts issued a ruling that volunteer fire departments couldn't buy Gatorades and waters for their fire departments. This allows them to do that, and it also allows volunteer firefighters to deduct the mileage on their income taxes. Mr. Speaker, no further questions. I call for the BIR.
That is question BIR on HB 23. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 23's BR is passed. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are no further questions. I call for a vote on HB 23.
I'm showing a sub.
Oh, I have a sub. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
You care to explain the sub?
Yeah, sure. What the sub did is originally on the mileage provision, it had that being paid by individual fire departments, and instead we changed it to allow the individual firefighters to keep track of their mileage and file it with their state income taxes. And that was it.
Representative Travis, do you want to speak on the sub or the bill? Okay. Let's pass the sub first then. Question for the body is passage of the committee's sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has passed. Representative Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
I just want to come to you and thank you for bringing this bill. The volunteer fire departments play a very big role in my district. When there are tornadoes, they're the first ones there. When there are medical emergencies, they're the ones there first. With fires, traffic accidents, they're the ones there first. And oftentimes we find, and it's something we need to do to try to encourage more participation, more people to get involved, because they take everything out of their pocket. Even with gasoline as high as it is now, it comes out of their pocket. They are truly what you say, volunteer. The works they do to get the training, all that comes free. So I'm just so thankful that people are recognizing their importance, that people are willing to go forward and let them know that we need to do everything we can to make sure we have viable volunteer fire departments in our community, because they are the lifeblood of the rural communities. And I thank you for your support on this bill.
Thank you, Representative. And I second your thoughts on that. I appreciate it.
Chair, thanks to the gentleman. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 23 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 23 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 216 by Representative Bedsole relating to motor vehicles.
Representative Bedsole, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I felt like I was just standing here.
Actually, I was ordering some coffee, to be honest, so.
Members, I bring forward today a bill that is going to save all of your county's money. And so what this is under current existing law, motor vehicle license plates are valid for a period of 5 years. This bill will change that, so your motor vehicle license plate is going to be extended to be valid for a period of 10 years. And while this is important, is many of your counties are encouraging online motor vehicle registration renewal, in which that means every 5 years when that time comes around, you have to have a new license plate. There's a large increase in the postage for them to mail these tags out. Tags are more durable, pliable, and readable for longer, so what we're going to do here is extend them out to be valid for a period of 10 years. Mr. Speaker, with that, I would move for the BIR.
That is question. Passes the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 1 nay. The BIR has passed. Representative Betso.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I would move for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 216. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 1 nay, 216 has passed.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 28 by Senator Melson relating to podiatry.
Representative Woods, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. Senate Bill 28 by Senator Melson. Podiatry medicine is any profession of health services concerned with the diagnostic and treatment Maybe I better do that, Mr. Speaker. Hey, just want everyone to know that today is show and tell day, so we all got our foot, but I'd like to make a motion move for the BIR, Mr. Speaker.
That is question for the body is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. BR is passed. Representative Wood.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage, please.
That is question for the body is final passage of SB 28. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 1 nay. SB 28 has passed.
Mr. Speaker, member of the House, thank you. Especially Steve Hurst back there.
For pulling your foot out. Is that what?
Yeah, I did keep my foot out of my mouth.
Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 314 by Representative Rigsby relating to pharmacists.
Representative Rigsby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, this is House Bill 314. This is an emergency fill bill for pharmacists. Currently under law, what we can do if a patient presents to a pharmacy and they cannot have their doctor contacted or the previous pharmacy that they used to have a transfer fill, maybe they're out of town, they have an emergency for needing the life-saving medications such as blood pressure, diabetes, things like that. The pharmacist can fill a 72-hour emergency supply. Well, there's medications that fall outside of that 72 hours. That would be things like an inhaler, insulin, nitroglycerin. That would be more than a 72-hour supply. So what this bill does is it allows us to do a 72-hour supply or the smallest package size of those medicines that could not fit within that 72-hour window. And then within 24 hours, the pharmacist is required to give notification to that prescribing physician to let them know that there was an emergency fill on that medicine. So with that, I move for the BIR.
That is questions. The vote of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 105 ayes, 0 nays. BR is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I move for final passage of House Bill 314.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Shirey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I have a friendly amendment.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 314 by Representative Shirey.
Representative Sherry, you care to explain your amendment?
So this amendment just cleans up some language. We replace line 42 through 43 on page 2 with the following. It's a 72-hour supply or the smallest dispensable package size. We're also going to replace line 47 on page 2 with the following. Or the controlled substance list for Schedule 1 or 2 maintained by the state. We're also going to replace line 58 on page 3 with the following. The dispensing pharmacist shall provide notification to the prescriber.
Mr. Speaker, that's a friendly amendment.
The sponsor says it is a friendly amendment. If you're in favor of the amendment, you vote aye. If opposed, vote no. Clerk, unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk, lock the machine, record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, with that, I ask for final passage of House Bill 314 as amended.
That is the question. It's final passage of House Bill 314 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 314 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 133 with substitute by Representative Rafferty relating to health.
Representative Rafferty, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Members, what HB 133 does is establishes the preceptor tax incentive program to offer more training opportunities for medical students, dental students, students of nurse practitioning, students of physician assistant. It offers the folks that would be offering the training a little, what am I trying to say here? Tax incentive to enable them to be able to do it and to incentivize them doing it. And with that, I would like to ask for the BIR, Mr. Speaker.
That is question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Good.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted.
All right, Mr. Speaker, there is a substitute, so with that from the committee, so I would move to adopt the substitute.
You care to explain the substitute for us, Neil?
Absolutely. So what the substitute does is it changes just some technical language to add certified before some of the nomenclature, before some of the titles here. It adds a technical change to change it from beginning of 2023 to 2024. And it gives procedures for the Alabama Department of Revenue and the Alabama Statewide Area Health Education Center Program Office to coordinate on how the incentive and certification is issued.
Yeah, you've heard the explanation of the substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Representative Rafferty, you are recognized.
Yes, sir. If there's no further questions, I'd ask for final passage as substituted.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back, Mr. Rafferty. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Now, the sub that I'm looking at, I've been told they're supposed to show these different types of changes. This is another example of what I'm dealing with in terms of I can't determine what the changes are because it's all in black.
Understood.
So would you help me in terms of
Absolutely. So you got the sub right there or the original bill?
Now look at the number. I have DIYITH-1, and it says reported sub for House Bill 133. Is that the number you got?
I got so the sub is E134CC-1.
I'm sorry?
-1.
You have E?
Yes.
Somebody, Mr. Speaker, somebody needs to help me here. So I have House and Ways, Means, Education reported substitute for House Bill 133.
Ms. Hall Clerk says it's the same thing.
Okay.
Same thing. So so you have the sub there in front of you.
I do have a sub.
Okay.
All right, so,
Good deal.
okay. So will you help them?
Yes.
All
So
right,
let's
thank you.
start with, so we'll go to page 2. If we want to go to page 2, you can see down on line 50, 51, and 52.
Got it, yes, sir.
We added certified in front of registered nurse practitioner program.
I see
We added
that.
certified in front of nurse midwife program and certified in front of registered nurse anesthetist program.
All right, okay.
Additionally, we also added the line 49, which is an anesthesia assistant program, right there.
Line what?
An
Did you say-
anesthesia assistant
Did
program.
you say 49?
Yeah, so that's page 2. So that would be line 48. So that's added there as well.
Line 48,
Mm-hmm. On page 2.
page 2. I'm at line 48, page 2, and what did you add?
So, so page 2, line 49, we added an anesthesia assistant program. Anesthesia assistant program is a
Stop.
yes.
Page 2,
Yes.
line 49. Please
Mhm.
read that, because my line 49 starts with physically located in this state.
Is the same.
No, I'm saying you said anesthesiology or something.
So it added the anesthesia assistant program. Do you have on page 2, line 49, it's the item number E, is that anesthesia assistant program. Do you read that in the bill that you have there in front of you?
I promise you, I'm missing something. Are you saying 49 or 29?
Line 49 on page 2. 49.
He's saying 49.
Yes, on page 2. Unless I'm reading this wrong.
Okay.
Enumeration E. It has the letter. It has
Okay,
the letter E.
line 29. All right, I'm with you.
Okay. All right, so it added that one in there. If we go back to the back here, more of what we did is kind of clarify some of the language.
Which page are we on?
We're going to page 8 now.
Okay.
And what we did, the Department of Revenue approached and said that they didn't want to be a certifying agency for these things because there already is one with the State Health Education Center. So they wanted to clarify who the certifying office would be in case for these tax credits. So it clarifies up here, up on line 203 on page 8. Item E, the Alabama Statewide Area Health Education Center Program Office shall do both of the following. And then talks about it issuing to an eligible taxpayer a credit certificate to indicate the number of approved preceptor rotations and other information required by the Department of Revenue to certify.
Stop just a minute, because I'm trying to I'm trying to deal with reading and following what you're saying and where you're located.
Okay.
You're saying page 8,
Mm-hmm.
and the line is at 197?
So on page 8, it should be beginning on page 8 on line 203 is where it should begin.
203, all right. And at 203, what does it read? How does it read?
So the Alabama Statewide Area Health Education Center Program Office shall do both of the following.
Let me tell you what my page 8, line 203 reads. The governor or its otherwise becoming law.
Huh.
It is not. That's what I'm saying. So when I'm trying to read these bills
Yeah.
and follow when you make, tell me to change?
That's an important
It's
thing
not,
right there.
it is important to
Very
me if I'm
important.
trying to understand what is going on,
Absolutely.
and this is not what I have. I don't
So-
see this.
And that is the sub that was adopted by the Education Trust Fund.
It doesn't matter. It's the substitute for House Bill 133.
Okay.
What are you telling us?
That not.
But whenever we are explaining, if they're brought to the floor, then it should be whatever we have, what has happened. That's my concern. You know, I don't know if anybody else cares but me, because I just need to know, and I'm trying to understand what the changes are. And when they tell me what the changes are, what I get or what I see are not those changes.
All right.
So wouldn't it
So on
make
this
sense,
line
though?
number-
My point on this, Mr. Well, he's doing something else. He's not even paying attention. I have a serious problem here, and the speaker's not even paying attention. He up there talking about somebody else. But so let me tell you all what my problem is. You have a committee that gets a substitute. The committee gets the substitute, and then once the committee gets a substitute, they pass, you know, the bill that comes out of the committee as a substitute. And the numbering and everything changes. I had somebody help me understand. I mean, all I'm trying to do is understand what is happening. It's nothing against you, it's nothing against the bill. I am trying to understand this new process. All I need is somebody to help me to make sure that when I request a copy of each one of these bills that I'm going to go through, that I'm getting the right copy that is going to provide me the same information that the person that is presenting their bill, that I have access to that. Real simple.
I'm with you 100% on that. So what I can say is I found the language in this document here. There's something with the lines that we're talking about. But I found where the change was in here. So this is this actual substitute that was submitted to the committee.
I got that. I got that part.
Okay.
And nothing changed. So when it went to the committee, it stayed as if it was presented to the committee, right?
No,
Is
there's
that your understood?
There's a sub that had some language that dealt with the Department of Revenue,
Okay.
as well as with just changing some of the nomenclature to make sure that we are saying certified nurse practitioner or certified nurse anesthetist.
I heard that.
Okay.
But when I looked for where you said those changes were, they didn't show up for me. Even
Right.
though, and I made sure, I asked them to make sure I get a copy of the sub.
Yep. So I think we're just looking at the same document, but just formatted differently.
But
So-
does that make any sense?
And
I'm
no,
trying to
I would
understand.
say that I can understand how that would be very confusing, particularly how it's confusing right now. But I can tell you that I found the line.
You did find the line?
In the document that we both have now.
Which
that can help
line
with
is that?
So that's on page 7, and that's line 183.
Okay, so on 183 is saying that the Alabama Statewide Area Health Education Center Program Office should do both of the following, and then the 1 and 2.
So this clarifies that the Alabama Statewide Area Health Education Center Program Office is the one that would be doing the credit certification, that would be doing the certification, then submitting that to the Department of Revenue. And then so that the Department of Revenue would then have to be the one that would be issuing the credit, but they would have to comply with what, and the person receiving the tax incentive would have to.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Robbins from Talladega.
Well, I would like to.
All I'm asking is we need to correct this.
I would like to go on and keep on explain it for the gentlelady, though. If that's okay, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, Neil, how are
Hey,
you?
How you doing?
Good. So what happened to your foot?
It's my knee.
Oh, sorry. Let me ask you, I got a couple questions about this
Let's hear
bill. and I'm trying to get some more information on it, so I'm kind of flying by the hip right now. So you have two definitions here of who's going to get this. So if you're a medically underserved community or you're a rural county.
Yes.
And in reading the definition of rural, it says that you are within a state urbanized area with a population of 50,000 or more. Or that makes you not
or less,
rural.
Or less,
Right.
right. As determined by the census tract.
But it never defines, so reading the U.S. Census Bureau, they don't use that term anymore, state urbanized area. And so I just kind of want to know, what is an area? You know, so how do you define area? Is it
Probably
county, city?
The
What is
political
it?
boundary of where it would be, so.
So just simply, you know, because I guess what I'm thinking, just for clarification, I live in a county that has 82,000 people. So are we an area, or is the municipality in which the hospital sits the area? Or, you know, how do you define the area to say, oh, we're 50,000 or we're 82 or we're 20? Does that make sense?
Yes. I see what you mean by that, and I think that would largely be determined up to the certifying agency to make sure that it is a rural area that would fit within this definition and fit their criteria as well.
Because I know we already have primary care physician scholarships and programs.
That's correct.
Did we match the definition from that to here?
I would assume so, since they are the same agencies that provide and work on that. So yes.
Okay.
But this is different than the scholarships, though. This is allowing for the preceptors to, for the actual people that are already practicing in those communities to be able to take on students and folks that are training to be nurse practitioners or various other mid-level physicians, whatever the case may be.
All right, and then so I'm unsure about that definition of what is rural based upon, you know, what is the area. But then the next question, which I'm a little unsure about, is the medically underserved area.
Yes.
Because on page 4, if you see the top, it just says an area or population in this state identified by the Health Resources and Service Administration Agency. So an area or population, and then it just says, it lists factors, and it just says infant mortality rate. You know, what infant mortality rate? And then percentage of population age 65 and older. Well, what percentage of people 65 and older? And so I want to know if my area falls in under the underserved areas, but I can't.
So again,
see.
the entity that would be determining this is the Alabama Health Education Center, the statewide health education office. That's the.
Who would it be?
So and what they do is they base that off the criteria. That's formed by HRSA, or Health and Human Resources. Let me see here.
And why would it go through them and not the Department of Public Health Office of Primary Care and Rural Health? Because that's where the primary care scholarships and grants go through them, and most other things go through the Office of
This is the
Rural
Alabama
Health.
Statewide Area Health Education Center Program Office. That would be that already does a lot of these things and it sets this stuff up.
Okay.
So they're the ones that would make the determination based off of what those definitions and the criteria under rural and under underserved areas would be.
Okay, I would just like, I mean, I know it's late now, but I would just like to have clarification on exactly what the state urbanized area is, and what some of these percentages or some of these, you know, infant mortality rate percentage and the population over 65, what numbers we're talking about here, because I can't tell, like I said, if this would actually benefit my community that actually is underserved in a lot of ways with medical care.
Well, that's why we would have to look at this algorithm that they kind of have here roughly laid out. That's dealing with the, you know, if you look under on page 4, I want to make sure you have this. We're talking about working off the same document here, though.
Yeah.
But on page 4, it is page 4, line 97, correct?
Yeah, line 97.
All right. So if we go down to to line 105, you see they start kind of establishing how the ratio of how they're guided and making these decisions as far as what would be an underserved community would be.
Right, and they list 4 factors, and one is provider per 1,000 population, percentage of population at 100% of the poverty level.
Right.
But then it also says just percentage. So what percentage of the population 65 and older? And then infant mortality rate. Well, what percentage of the infant mortality rate?
So it's all based on the geographical area and the population. So within that geographical area, then they determine that from here, and then they make a calculation based off of what's provided, and then that's how they work from it.
I understand that. Then that falls back on another concern that I have is, well, what is the geographic area that they're looking at? You know, because are you saying county, city, region, multiple county? You know, what, or is it just census tract? You know, and I don't know.
So census tract is how the rural area is determined. Now the other one is determined by HRSA, and so the federal agencies and what their determinations are as far as that geographical area is.
Okay, well, thank you for your time. I'm just trying to get clarification to make sure that my hospital and my doctors can take advantage of this, and I'm just not quite sure.
I would just finish it up by saying that the certifying agency is the one that already kind of does this work and works a lot in the statistics and figuring all this stuff out. So they use other guidance and data from federal tracts in order to make these determinations moving forward and issue the certification. So that's how that process would work if you really want to get into the weeds with it. I'm happy to get more into the weeds with it if you'd like to, though.
Yeah, I don't think everybody here wants to hear that.
Okay.
But, thanks, Neil.
All right.
The question now before the body is final passage for House Bill 133. The clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Read. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, the bill is given favorable report. Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
On page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 59 by Senator Smitherman with substitute relating to public agencies.
Chair recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Garrett from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I'm carrying this bill, SB 59, for Senator Smitherman. What this bill would do would prohibit public agencies, state agencies, from collecting, disclosing, or releasing personal information about members, volunteers, and financial and non-financial donors to 501c nonprofit organizations except as required by law. I move the BR, Mr. Speaker.
The question is now on adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 104 ayes. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, there's a substitute.
Question now before the body is the adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 100 ayes, and the substitute's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the substitute did was basically add the same language that was requested by the Attorney General. It says that any report or disclosure required by this chapter or any successor provisions thereto, except that information that directly identifies a person as a donor of financial support to a nonprofit organization, shall not be collected or disclosed unless expressly required by law or when required for a legitimate audit or investigative purpose, provided that such information only be used in connection with a specific audit or investigation to which the request relates and for any related proceedings. Again, information that was requested by the Attorney General. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the final passage.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Madison, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I was trying to you know, it's a little noisy in here, so I was trying to understand. So this came from the AG? This is a request from the AG?
No, there was in 2021, there was a Supreme Court case that made a ruling on this topic. And this codifies that Supreme Court ruling. And
Do you mind telling me, do you know what that case was?
yes, it was Americans for Prosperity Foundation versus Bonta. And what happened?
Versus who?
Bonta. It was a California organization. So what happened was that for 501c organizations, they have to file a Form 990 with the IRS.
Right.
In addition, they have to file a Schedule B that accompanies that Form 990.
Did you
That's
say B?
Schedule B.
Right.
And that Schedule B is a list of all the donors to their organization. That Schedule Form 990, the form is public information. Schedule B is only used for the Internal Revenue Service for purposes of tax monitoring for those donors. So California, the state of California, had passed a statute that required that organizations that were 501Cs that filed the 990 also had to disclose that confidential Schedule B to California. They didn't have any tax reason for doing that.
So making sure I'm clear and following you, Schedule B would be the list of donors.
List of all the donors.
And their addresses, et cetera.
All the information about
Okay.
them.
All right, go ahead.
California had no tax reason to do it, and they said the reason they wanted it was so they could just have, in case there were ever any questions about those organizations or questions about fraud or anything like that, they would have access to those donors' information. The problem was, number one, there was no reason for them to have that information. Number two, they had a system that could be hacked, and in fact, the system was hacked, and a lot of that donor information was widely disseminated throughout the state. And so there began a barrage of lawsuits, and this goes back to a lot of information. There was a case in the 50s, NAACP versus Alabama, where they basically said the state can't request information on donors unless the state has a legitimate purpose, and there's no other way to obtain that information. So there's a long history of protecting First Amendment rights of donors to private organizations. So the Supreme Court, the case made it finally to the Supreme Court, and they ruled that California did not have a narrowly tailored reason for requesting or using that information other than to say they just wanted it in case they ever had any questions. So in a 6-3 decision, this case was supported by the Supreme Court that codified that the only reason that confidential donor information has to be disclosed if it's required by the Fair Campaign Practices Act, if there's a lawful warrant requiring that information, or a lawful discovery request. So a state agency cannot
Wait
request.
a minute, hold up, back up. So are you talking about from on page 3? Are you reading from page 3? Is that
Page 4.
So, but I'm sorry. It started with section 3, so it's all of section 3 down to, or is that section?
Yes. Page 3 has what I just said, and then later on section 9, there was some language added that the Attorney General requested, and that's that line beginning on 99, line 99 to line 106.
So the line 99, it ends that sentence with there too.
There too, and then what was added.
And then the nothing in this act is what was added.
Yes,
Okay.
that was what was added by the Attorney General's request.
Okay, so apply to, all right. So that's quite interesting. That we
It's
would
a
have-
case where, again, you see the Senate sponsor, Senator Smitherman. This is a bipartisan bill. Groups on the right, groups on the left are in favor of this protection for their donors.
Well, you know what got my attention when you said there was the AG's intent. I was just trying to see were we all on the same page
Right.
as I read it. So I do appreciate it. And it's amazing that that case was a few years ago.
2021.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question now before the body is a final passage of Senate Bill 59 as substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. Oh, yeah, sorry. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 104 ayes, no nays. The bill's passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you,
Clerk
body.
will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 266 by Representative Allman relating to the courts.
Chair recognizes the gentleman, Ms. Allman.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that we, last year we passed a bill that revised how a case may be sent up from probate court to circuit court. And this HB 266 is really a cleanup bill for that. And all this bill does is clarifies that while an estate is in circuit court, on whether it's a will contest or an estate, if it's in circuit court, then any subsequent filings are to be filed in circuit court and not in probate court. That's all this says. So unless there are any questions, I move for the BIR.
Question for the body is now the adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 103 ayes, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are no questions, I move for final passage.
Question for the body is final passage of House Bill 266. All in favor, vote aye. All opposed, vote no. The clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 105 ayes, no nays, and the bill passes.
Thank you,
Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 42 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 117 with substitute by Senator Wagner relating to alcoholic beverages.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mr. Sells. Mr. Mr. Sells, you're recognized.
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker, this bill allows distilleries, manufacturers of liquor to donate up to 4.5 liters to a nonprofit organization for an event. And that just puts it in line with, they already can donate beer and wine. It just allows them to use liquor. Up to 4.5 liters is all they can donate.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
This is also the bill we've already passed the House version.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hey, Ms. Moore.
I just want to know why the nonprofit wants something for free.
It's for a fundraiser. It's for an event. Like if they have an
But
event.
if they're going to
for a
raise some
fundraiser-
money, they still can pay for what the alcohol they're getting.
Well, maybe
Why
if
they got
use-
to have it for free?
Maybe if they get some alcohol, they might raise some more money.
Well, I think they still ought to pay for it. I know that's just one black woman's opinion. I just don't see why we got to, if that company, because what it appears to be,
Right.
is we're pretty much forcing them to do it.
Well, it doesn't force them to do it. Right now, you
If
can.
you pass this bill, these companies gonna feel as though
Right
they
now,
must
they
do
can
it.
already someone donate a beer and wine, but they can't donate liquor. So this just allows.
So
them
now
to
we
donate
adding
liquor.
some hard liquor to
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
Because wasn't enough beer and wine, it didn't do the job.
That's right.
Didn't give enough money at the fundraising event.
That's right.
So we're gonna get them real drunk now.
That's right.
And they'll give generously.
That's what we're
Okay,
hoping for.
we
Yes,
agree.
ma'am. Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker, if there's any more questions, I'll call for BIR.
That is questions adoption of BIR on SB 117. Clerk on the locking machines. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 88 ayes, 0 nays, 14 abstention. The BR has passed.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no more questions, I'd like to ask for final passage.
I'm seeing a sub on this, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'd like to adopt the sub.
You care to explain the sub to the members?
Yes, it's a good bill, good sub.
I think Ms. Hall would like to talk to you about that sub.
Yeah.
She is recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So, did the sub, so it came from the committee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know, I really am at a disadvantage here because I have the original bill as it was introduced. Tell me exactly what the sub does, seriously. Because it's a short bill.
Yes, ma'am. It's very short. Okay. So what it says is the manufacturer has to pick the alcohol up from the ABC board. They can't just donate it straight to them, and that way they have to buy it through ABC, so the taxes are paid on the alcohol.
Okay, hold on.
Yes,
So if I'm having a fundraiser or an activity, I'm a nonprofit is
Yes,
having
ma'am.
it, and if the
Manufacturer or an importer or distributor
right, if they would have to,
go to the ABC board to get the liquor to donate to you.
they couldn't have it mailed or sent to
No,
them?
ma'am.
And what's the rationale for that?
Because they want to make sure the taxes are paid on it.
But it's a nonprofit organization.
Well, but when they had to pay the taxes at the ABC before they donate it to the nonprofit.
So to authorize a licensed manufacturer or importer of alcohol, but to donate a limited amount of alcoholic beverage for a licensed nonprofit special event. So you're saying the company, the manufacturer, or whatever the company is that owns the alcohol,
Right.
they purchase it from the ABC store or wherever they get it from.
At least pay the taxes. So these people don't walk around with liquor in the car. It's all at the ABC store anyway. That's where they would get it anyway. It comes from the manufacturer to the ABC.
But so they have to go buy it then? I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying
I
to
don't understand.
understand the
That's just the way
thinking
they
and
wanted
the
it.
process of what you're saying. If they have to buy it from the manufacturing store, I mean, where else would they have it?
Yes.
Do you know?
If they have to buy it from the manufacturers, they ship it from the manufacturer, and the rep person that's doing the donating may not be at the manufacturer. The manufacturer might be in several other states, but the distributor may be right here in Alabama. Does that make sense?
Well, the way I read it, the main thing that I read was that it had to be a licensed manufacturer or importer in this state. And if this state, that company or whatever would have an agent, that agent could donate and deliver the 4.5 liters of liquor from a licensed manufacturer importer, right?
That's right. And it says
Okay.
they shall acquire the product from the board.
And then the other part that said donations shall be taxed in accordance with the state and federal law.
Yes, ma'am.
So
It puts it in line with the alcohol, with the wine and the beer.
I'm fine with that, but I'm saying, so what does your sub say that's different from here?
This is something that the ABC board wanted to put in, and it directs that they will get it says the importer shall acquire the product from the board based upon it.
The importer shall acquire the property.
The product from the ABC board. The ABC board wanted them to get the product from them versus bring it in the trunk of their car from the manufacturer.
It makes no sense, but okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I agree.
Question for the body is a sub be adopted. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 84 ayes, 0 nays, 19 abstention. The sub for SB 117 has been adopted. Chairman Sells.
Mr. Speaker, this time I move for final passage as subbed.
That is question. Final passage is sub for SB 117. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 75 ayes, 0 nays, 29 abstentions. SB 117 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 87 by Representative Moore. Oops. On page 29 of the calendar, excuse me, House Bill number 260 by Representative Sells with substitute relating to the Alabama Electronic Security Board of Licensure.
Representative Sells, you are recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. HB 260 is a bill for the Alabama Electronic Securities Board. Electronic security is really, since technology has really picked up, the electronic security business has really picked up. And what this bill does is cleans up the board and gets it up to date with the technology. And if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. We have a committee sub also on this.
Seeing none, the question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. BR has passed. Chairman Sells.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, what the amendment says is on line 152, on line 6, the following: locksmith or otherwise perform locksmith services. And number 6 says an individual or business entity who owns or manages property or his or her agent who does not advertise services for locksmiths to the public. It allows you to replace your own lock on your door, or if you own rental property, you can replace the locks on your own property, or your employer can. Employee. That's the definition of the sub, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I move for adoption of the sub.
Okay, that is the question, is the adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The sub is adopted. Chair recognizes a lady from Baldwin, Representative Fiddler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a friendly amendment, just a technical amendment.
Clerk receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 260 by Representative Fiddler.
Representative Fiddler, you care to explain your amendment?
Yes, sir. The word unethical is not defined, so the purpose of this amendment would be to define that. So on page 3, line 68 would read the following: the board for unlicensed activity or violation of the board's code of ethics by and we would be striking unethical behavior. Additionally, replace line on page 8, replace lines 211 through 212 with the following: violation of the board's code of ethics, noncompliance with this chapter, including but not limited to unlicensed activity and fraudulent behavior. also striking unethical or.
Right. I accept this as a friendly amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Sponsor is accepted as a friendly amendment. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Speaking on the amendment.
Thank you. What I was trying to do is follow you. So I got the one on page 68.
This.
I mean
page-
line 68 on page 3.
Would it be page 8, Ms. Hall?
No, it's really 68, page 3, line 68. So you mentioned something about unethical. So I was trying to. Are you defining unethical? I missed something there.
Well, unethical behavior is not defined in this. Unethical behavior is not defined. So this is referencing back to the code of ethics to the board.
I see. So you're removing. Well, where is it? Where did I miss that in the substitute from the committee? That's what I was trying to see. When I go to line 68 on page 3, it starts with the electronic. I bet I got the same situation again. Electronic access control system. Does that?
Well, can I show her?
I think I'm clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hall. The question for the body is adoption of Representative Fiddler's bill, amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The amendment has passed.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chairman
Speaker,
Sales.
Mr. Speaker, I moved for final adoption as subbed and amended.
That is the question. As final passage as sub and amended. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 260 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 87 by Representative Moore P. relating to law enforcement.
Representative Moore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill would increase the time period of an agency of this state for a political subdivision from 24 months out to 36 months that the paid for training of a law enforcement officer, certified corrections officer, fire protection personnel, or firefighter. This bill would also add for custom-fitted uniform items to the required reimbursements. And I want to appreciate A-Post, the Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
That is a question for the body. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Now,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
yes, sir.
Now, you said this bill is going to allow entity to delay the actual APOS entry and training for up to 36 months versus 24.
Correct. So right now, a lot of the smaller municipalities, they are paying for these employees to go down and get trained in the academies, and they're coming back, and once that time period elapses, they're being bought up by a lot of these larger entities. So for your district, this will be very helpful.
And I agree with you, and I understand what's actually going on in terms of those smaller entities paying to get someone APOS certified, and then those that can pay more money. I don't see that that's going to change it either, and because whether they get them at 24 months or 36 months, those that are going to be able to pay them more money are still going to be able to pay them more money and get them. I think we really need to look at some other way of handling this, and I think one would be more like what we did back when I started, when you wanted to go to school or they paid for you to go to school, then you had to commit so much time in order to repay them. And I think we need a clawback, some sort of clawback, rather than just extending this. Do you think that's something, would it fit in this bill if we had something of that nature?
I don't think for this bill that it would, but I would be happy to sit down with you and work on something for the future that we could bring forth, because I'm in agreement. I think that we desperately need to look at trying to do something to help some of our smaller municipalities with this.
Yeah, because that's what I'm considering is this doesn't really do anything but delay it 12 months. But the problem is we are putting unexperienced or untrained people still out there in the public, for law enforcement, and we are delaying them getting that training even more months. So I think that's a problem with me. But I think if we looked at it from a clawback type position, we might be able to find something that would work. With this one, I'm not in favor of this concept, so I'm going to actually abstain on this one. But I see what you're doing, I understand it, but I don't want to put untrained people out there for a long period of time. I think we need to get them trained as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 94 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has passed. Representative Moore.
Mr. Speaker, I have an agreed upon amendment with the agencies.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 87 by Representative Moore P.
Representative Moore, you care to explain your amendment?
Sure. On replace line 59 on page 3, when the trainee was not providing services to the state agency or political subdivision of the state in consideration for the salary. So this would put it to just where it was the training pay. Replace line 66 on page 3 with the following: the cost of any customized personal protective ensemble or customized fitted uniform item. And then on replace line 72 through 75 says within 12 months of the former trainee's first day of employment with the new employer.
You heard the explanation on the amendment from the sponsor. Clerk unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk lock the machine, record the vote. 87 ayes, 0 nays, 15 abstentions. The floor amendment has been adopted. Representative Moore.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no more questions, I move for final passage.
That is the question, is final passage of HB 87 as amended. Clerk will unlock machines, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 81 ayes, 0 nays, 22 abstentions. HB 87 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 310 with substitute by Representative Easterbrook relating to building codes.
Representative Easterbrook, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 310. It's what we're doing is in some areas of the state, they won't allow them to turn the electricity or hook the gas up on a house until it's complete, and we have a lot of problems with humidity in the buildings. We need to get the air conditioners and heating system started up. That's it. We do it in 90% of the places in the state already, so there's really no change. Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I ask for the vote.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Easterbrook.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no other questions, I ask for the final vote.
I see a committee sub.
Excuse me, we have a committee sub that would require them, if they're not on a sewer system, city sewer system, to have the engineering and the permit work from the Department of Health before they can turn the power or the gas out. If there's no further questions, I ask for the vote.
As sponsors, as explained, the committee sub, seeing no question, the clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Sub has been adopted. Representative Easterbrook.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no further question, I ask for the vote as substituted.
That is the question. This passes as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 310 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill on special order calendar.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 311 by Representative Baker relating to solid waste management.
Representative Baker, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would cite the specific circumstances under which approval of a local government is needed for modifying an existing solid waste management facility. With that, then, I would move for the BR.
That is the questions. Adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed. Chairman Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 311. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 311 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 10 of the calendar, House Bill number 152 by Representative Treadaway relating to higher education.
Chairman Treadaway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does, when I was looking in a way to help school resource officers around the state to put them in our K through 12 system, it was brought to my attention by several of the police chiefs of our higher education that they were not allowed to hire reserve officers. All this bill does is allow our higher education campuses to be able to hire reserve police officers. And I do have a sub.
Question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstention. The BR has passed. Mr. Chairman.
What the sub does, a committee sub on page 3, line 62, it strikes he or she has to obtain a proper license permit for the firearm. Since that's no longer required by state law, that part was stricken.
You've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Sub has been adopted.
Thank you.
Chairman Treadway.
I move for final passage as substituted.
That's the question. Is final passage as substituted?
Walking off.
Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Turn my light on. Look at that shit right there. Look at that shit.
Clerk will lock the bill. Lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 152 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Clerk, call the next bill. Yeah, HB 11 recall on that. Call the chair.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill 11 by Representative Sells relating to Electronic Security Board of Licensure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This goes back to the Electronic Security Board. These companies have got large in their license number. They have multiple vehicles and they have advertising that covers a wide area, but they can't cover the license number for every location in their advertising. And it just says they can put their website on there and the licensing information is found on their website.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BR has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll ask for final passage.
That is a question for the body is final passage of HB 11. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 11 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Clerk, call the first Senate message.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has amended, as therein shown, and as amended, has adopted the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 196, relating to the Alabama Sunset Law.
Chairman Simpson, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is the recommendation that we concur with the message from the Senate.
You've heard the recommendation of the sponsor. He wishes to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. 196 has passed. Clerk, call the next message up from the Senate.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has amended, as therein shown, and as amended, has adopted the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 194, relating to the Alabama Sunset Law.
Chairman Simpson, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is the recommendation that the body concur with the message from the Senate.
That is a recommendation from the chairman. Clerk, Representative Jackson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want the gentleman, if he will explain this amendment.
Yes.
Water on site. Come on, see, we're in little rural areas. We need to get some explanations behind all this good stuff.
Okay, so these are the sunset bills.
Okay.
And these are the bills that came out of Sunset Committee. What the Senate has recommended is that the Sunset review this board again and bring this bill up in October of 2024. So a one-year review from this on-site wastewater board. That is the amendment that the Senate did. The House, when we originally voted, we had a 4-year review.
Right.
So we're just going to review it sooner, and we agreed to just go ahead and review it next year.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman who heard the explanation. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The bill has passed. Clerk, call the next Senate message.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended, as therein shown, and as amended, has adopted the following House bill and returned same herewith to the Alabama House of Representatives. House Bill 199, relating to the Alabama Sunset Law.
Chairman Shedd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is regarding the Alabama Security Regulatory Board, and like the others, the Senate amendment reduces it to 1 year instead of a 4-year renewal for this board, and I move we concur.
Okay, you've heard the explanation from Chairman Shedd. All those in favor will vote aye. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. HB 199 has passed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the body.
Clerk, call next Senate bill.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended, as therein shown, and as amended, has adopted the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 205, relating to the Alabama Sunset Law.
Representative Rafferty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move to concur with the Senate.
You have the explanation for
The
what?
explanation is it went from 4 years to 1 year. So instead of being reviewed in 2027, it'll be reviewed in 2024.
You heard the explanation from the sponsor. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. The bill passes. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, member.
Clerk, call the next bill from Senate.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has adopted the following House bill and returns same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 192 relating to the Alabama Sunset Law.
Chairman Reynolds, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the body to non-concur with the changes brought down from the Senate and go to committee conference.
The sponsor is requested to non-concur. Hearing no objections. Hearing none. Okay, the sponsor has asked her to non-concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstention. HB 192 is non-concur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do I need to identify the members for the conference? You'll do that.
So the conference committee will be Representative Reynolds, Margie Wilcox, and Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have a compromise. Just need to sit down at the table and work it out with the Attorney General's office.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chair would like to recognize a gentleman from Mobile. Chairman Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to thank you on behalf of the people of the state of Alabama, that those of you that were in this body last year, we passed the NIAS law unanimously. It was a bipartisan effort, Republican, Democrat. We all came together and realized the need in this state that we have bad people that sometimes need to be held without bond. And today in the Dadeville shootings, the judge used a NIAS law, had a NIAS law hearing. We're waiting to hear back from that. But that is a perfect example of good government, in my opinion, because without that, we wouldn't have been able to have an opportunity to hold these people without bond. And so that is being exercised and being considered in this case. And I want to thank you on behalf, as the sponsor, and behalf of the people of the state of Alabama, for providing that opportunity to law enforcement and the judges up in Dadeville. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call off the next message from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has adopted the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 193 relating to the Alabama Sunset Law.
Chairman Simpson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was an amendment added to HB 193 in the Senate. This amendment would exempt routine landscape maintenance work from the practice of general contracting. I would recommend we concur.
You've heard the explanation of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstention. HB 193 is passed. Let me remind the members, last week we had this come up. I just want to remind you, if you substitute a House bill for a Senate bill, let us know ahead of time so the clerk can read it. And we had that come up last week. We have to read those to make sure that they are the same. So if you have one, if you know you're swapping one out, please bring it to the clerk and let him read it so we can make sure that it's the same. I think you're going to send out a memo, John, isn't that right? So you'll get a memo, but just FYI, we had that happen last week. Just give them enough time to make sure it's the same bill. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having previously agreed to meet on Thursday at 9 a.m., I move the House stand in adjournment.
All those in favor say aye. We are adjourned.